their own separate plan, like that's super hard, right?
Yeah.
Although I heard that they go,
We could do that too.
now the boss is here. We're talking about nothing on the agenda. City Clerk, are we ready here to?
Sure.
All right. All right, welcome everybody to the City Council meeting, the regular City Council meeting of the City of San Clemente here on September 5th, 2023. And we are starting out with, oh, sorry, Thor, it's actually going to be coming up at 6. If you're still around then, we'll have you do the pledge. We are starting out with closed session. Do we have any comments, City Clerk?
We do have 2 comments. One comment on closed session item B, and that is Thor Johnson.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, it's a good thing you're here. Stick around if you want to do the pledge.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Thor Johnson, resident of San Clemente. I'm out here to express my concern with the city spending a significant amount of money for this potential litigation. And I personally believe that this is between the gentleman as well as the insurance company, because if it was done under city official business, then I believe the insurance should pay for it. And I just do not believe that it is a wise and a correct use of city funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
And closed session item C, Amanda Q.
I have a presentation. Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, here comes the city manager. This is I already presented this before. Either it's a land grab by OCFA, sorry about that. So it's on the agenda again, and my concerns are that depending on who tries to go onto our open space, there's always a concern regarding that. Next slide, please. There's 3 lots in consideration, AP 679, 15203, and why it's in our open spaces. Why is our open spaces up for sale or lease? Next slide, please. Why would OCFA want property that is in the Vista Hermosa Sports Park? So that becomes problematic because it's zoned as particular for parks, and so it would be a change in the zoning. Next slide, please. And there's another corner lot, Vista Hermosa and La Pata, which is 2.3 acres as described. And the concern is there, I think that would be the best area because it's right next to OCFA. I mean, this is a closed session discussion, and I don't really know what that it would be about. However, next slide, please. A recent San Clemente Times article of August 23rd, OCFA to receive new equipment to aid in battle against wildfires. So that might be the reason why. Next slide, sorry. The real exciting news is that OCFA purchased 2 new Firehawk helicopters to operate here, Bart has said. So those helicopters are actually capable of dropping 1,000 gallons of water per drop. So this kind of raises an issue or a question of if we're going to house the helicopters there. I mean, this is just thinking if this is the case, if this is what we're going to do, the city's going to do, is store these helicopters. First of all, the zoning has to be changed, and we have to get flight plans and all that, and there's a big, huge zoning problem. Next slide, please. So again, he says it's a team of helicopters that are capable of dropping 3,000 gallons of water at a time. So that's a lot of water. These Firehawks are pretty big from what I saw of the pictures. And next slide, please. Again, it's going to drop in 2012. This is from their air operations webpage, and it says 22,000 square foot hangar building, 3 huge hangar bays with an overhead crane. So that's what the facility that they had at Fullerton Airport. And so it's pretty big with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the flight line. So I don't
Thank you
want
very
this
much.
in our
Appreciate
open
it.
space.
And any other comments? City Clerk?
No, but before you do recess to closed session, I'd like to name off the properties that you'll be discussing. Real property negotiations, APN 679-152-03, APN 678-163-01, and part of APN 678-163-01, property, 2.7 acre undeveloped area of the west side of Vista Hermosa Park, 3.3 acre undeveloped lot at the southeast corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Camino Veracruz, and 2.3 acre undeveloped area at the southwest Avenida Vista Hermosa and La Plata. City negotiators are Andy Hall, City Manager, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director, and Jonathan Lightfoot, Economic Development Officer. Negotiating parties, Orange County Fire Authority, and under negotiation are price and terms.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move, we move into closed session. Second.
Motion is Oblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. We ready? All right. Hey, everybody. Mayor Chris Duncan here. This is, I'm calling to order the meeting of the San Clemente City Council of September 5th, 2023. Apologize for the delay there. Thank you for your patience. First thing we're going to do is start out with the invocation with Senior Pastor Holland Davis from Cavalry Chapel of San Clemente. Please stand if you care to participate.
Let's pray. David wrote in the Psalms, "When I consider your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars which you have ordained. What is man that you are mindful of him, and the son of man that you visit him? For you have made him a little lower than the angels, and you have crowned him with glory and honor, and you have made him to have dominion over the works of your hands, and you have put all things under his feet." And Father, when I think of our city council members, Lord, and all of those in our city that have places of responsibility and care over the things of San Clemente, Lord, it just reminds me to pray for their blessing and for their success. For if they're blessed, we're blessed. If they succeed, we succeed. And so, Lord, I pray a blessing over their families. I pray a blessing over their businesses, Lord. I pray that you would watch over them and protect them, that you would go before them, Lord, that you would go behind them, that you would gird them up with your strong, mighty arms, that you would cover them in your love and surround them with your presence, Lord, that you would give them wisdom as they make decisions that are governing over the lives of those that you have entrusted to them. And we bless them and thank you for them in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, sir. Now, please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Beth Apodaca, will you come to the podium, please, and lead us in the pledge? Since you participate in everything else. Please place your right hand over your heart and follow Beth as she starts.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Take roll call. Note that all 5 council members are present. And City Clerk.
Yes, first item on the agenda is a presentation of proclamation in recognition of Hunger Action Month, and we will call Rachel Paris with Abound Food Care to the podium to accept the proclamation.
All right, I'm going to make the announcement. As I've said numerous times, and as we'll cover here in some of our other special presentations, the city of San Clemente is a community, and we can't do everything ourselves at the city level, so we require nonprofit groups and other community organizations to help us, to help our own community, make sure people are safe, to make sure people are taken care of, and it's an honor to present this award on behalf of the city council for the work that you've done in terms of taking care of people who are hungry, who need food. So I'll read the proclamation. I'll try and be as fast as I can. So thank you to the County Food Bank for coming and Second Harvest as well. But whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in California, where 10.5% of Californians face food insecurity on a daily basis, and 1 in every 7 California children do not know where their next meal will come from. Whereas everyone needs nutritious food to thrive and people are working hard to provide for themselves and their families, yet over 267,000 individuals, including over 64,000 children, here in Orange County are food insecure. Whereas the city of San Clemente is committed to taking steps to combat hunger in every part of our community and to provide additional resources to those in San Clemente. And whereas the city of San Clemente is committed to working with Abound Food Care, the Orange County Food Bank, and Second Harvest Food Bank, to collectively known as the Orange County Hunger Alliance, in educating people about the role and importance of food banks and food care in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. Whereas in the first half of 2023, Orange County Food Bank and Second Harvest Food Bank collectively recorded an average of 888,057 food distribution visits per month from our neighbors facing food insecurity. And whereas in the first half of 2023, the Orange County Food Bank and Second Harvest Food Bank have collectively distributed 33,661,205 pounds of food through its partner network of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, senior centers, schools, colleges, universities, and other community organizations. Whereas in the first half of 2023, Abound Food Care has recovered 307,430 pounds of food, reducing food waste and diverting that food to those who need it most. Whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities. I think they want me to stop here, so I'm almost done. And enlist the public in the movement to end hunger by taking action, including volunteer shifts, social media shares, and donations, to ensure every community and everyone in it has the food they need to thrive. And whereas the food banks and other organizations across the country, including members of the Orange County Hunger Alliance, including Abound Food Care of Orange County, the Orange County Food Bank, and Second Harvest, will host numerous events through the month of September to bring awareness and help end food insecurity in our local community, because we do have people here in San Clemente who need that food as well. Now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare September 2023 as Hunger Action Month. And that is it. So thank you so much for coming on behalf of Abound Food Care. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Rachel Paris, and I'm here today on behalf of the Orange County Hunger Alliance. The Orange County Hunger Alliance is a collaboration between Abound Food Care, Orange County Food Bank, and Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County. Together, we're committed to reducing food waste, ending poverty and hunger, and providing dignified, equitable, and consistent access to the healthiest food possible for the most vulnerable among us. Thank you to the City Council and the City of San Clemente for recognizing September as Hunger Action Month and raising awareness for hunger and food insecurity. You hit most of my other points there, so I want to again thank everybody for this proclamation.
Would you like to take a picture, or should we wait? Should we do all of them? Just me? Oh, just me, okay. We have a long agenda.
No, not at all.
Other duties as a son.
Can't promise. The mayor's eyes are always closed.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is presentation of proclamation for Service Club Month. And this is a proclamation to San Clemente Service Clubs proclaiming September as Service Club Month here in the city.
All right, here, let's see. With your indulgence, I may give the shortened version here. But as I was mentioning before, and by the way, I mean, we have all kinds of, just speaking of the Hunger Month, we have all kinds of kids, right, who get their daily meals at school, which I think is a great program. We should certainly keep that going as well. But, to the point of the service clubs, I mean, this is a town full of service clubs, and I think we have a bunch of the representatives here, right? And they do those things that we just can't do as the city. And they fill those voids, and we have such an outpouring of volunteers, right, who give up their time to make sure that our community is so top-notch and so tied together and so successful. And I just cannot say enough about all of our different service clubs. And they're constantly having fun events for us to go to as well. So I'll just kind of start at the top. Whereas service clubs in Orange County are organizations that engage in community service, charitable work, and fundraising. These clubs have been an integral part of Orange County in many cases for over 100 years and have made significant, and some of these people in this room have been with the club for more than 100 years, I think. Wayne? And have made significant contributions to the development of our communities. And whereas service clubs play a vital role in community development by providing resources and services to support local communities, and they contribute to various community projects such as building playgrounds, supporting educational programs, and providing scholarships. And I'll just skip to the bottom here. And whereas these clubs encourage civic engagement by promoting and volunteering and community service, therefore be it resolved, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Service Clubs Month in appreciation for all the significant contributions these organizations make to our communities. I know we have a bunch of them here, but give yourselves a round of applause for the incredible work that our service clubs do. And I think we have Tyler Bowden on behalf of the group, or how would you?
Ask all the service club representatives to join me at the podium back.
All right, let's see that. Wow. Yeah, for sure. That means you can't comment separately, by the way, just kidding. All right.
We know it's a busy meeting, so we wanted to kind of compile all of us together here. And everybody sent something that we can share about each of our clubs because, this hasn't happened before, and we hope this can be a tradition for all of our clubs to get recognized every year. So starting off, San Clemente Kiwanis. San Clemente Kiwanis focuses on improving the lives of our community's youth. We have 2 fundraisers in the near future you might join, a wine tasting event September 20th and a Halloween pickleball round robin October 21st. I should also mention the Kiwanis Club puts on the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. San Clemente Elks Lodge. San Clemente Elks Lodge 2068, Beth Apodaca, the lecturing knight, not the Grand Poobah. The Order of Elks is a benevolent organization, not a social or business club. It is dedicated to service to our communities and our country, the various phases of our work, whether it be the fortunate or unfortunate youth, care of the needy, veteran services, promoting Americanism, or other benevolent activities. The San Clemente Exchange Club, Beth Apodaca, President. The Exchange organization focuses on 3 programs of service, Americanism, community service, and youth programs, and it operates under the following principles. Those are a lot of principles. So I'm going to say their values, family, community, and country, and their motto, unity for service. The San Clemente Junior Women's Club has served our community for 75 years. Our emphasis is on women and children, but we serve the community as needed while building lasting friendships. A few of our annual projects include providing over 400 gifts to children and elderly through Project Angel Tree, fleece blankets for Chalk Children's Hospital, Meals on Wheels, and scholarships to graduating high school students. The San Clemente Sunrise Rotary Club is proud to help FAM, the Marines, and local families in need with their annual Thanksgiving food drive, which generates over 700 Thanksgiving dinners each year. They also support local students, plant trees, clean the beach, and many other activities throughout the year. The San Clemente Rotary Club was founded 77 years ago and has been a leader in philanthropic giving and community involvement throughout its history. They donate over $12,000 per year in scholarships to high school seniors and thousands more to local charities. They also started the San Clemente Rotary Wrestling Tournament almost 50 years ago, which is still running today. If we share our love of gardening, San Clemente Garden Club, if we share our love of gardening with others, we are affecting our community. We have many opportunities in our garden club to be effective. We plant seeds by inspiring our junior gardeners. We enhance the beauty around us with our civic beautification projects. Our club promotes sustainability with our Eco Warriors group that educates on recycling and is active in our community with beach cleanups. Thank you for this recognition tonight. Let us take care of all that we are blessed with in our beautiful San Clemente community, and that's a great way to finish it off. Even though there's more that we're not getting included here, we wanted to recognize all the service clubs tonight. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for recognition.
And I know we have Terry from Boys and Girls Club, and we have so many other, and Beth is a member of every single club, so you're covered there. Should we get a picture with the group? Yeah.
Hey, Tyler, can I get a t-shirt, but I don't want a little boy's small.
We're going down.
Just jealous. I've had it since I was a boy.
We got a long ways to go. We gotta all move towards the middle line.
Act like we love each other.
All right, everybody say trikes. 3-0 from what I understand.
Yeah.
You guys wanna stay up for Constitution?
Next item on the agenda is presentation of proclamation for Constitution Week. This is a presentation of a proclamation to Pat Mueller and Mary Daum, San Clemente Island Daughters of the American Revolution, setting apart September 17th to 23rd, 2023 as Constitution Week.
Okay, this is super cool too. We are celebrating Constitution Week here. I know we have the Daughters of the American Revolution here. By the way, just a plug, they'll probably mention too. If you haven't been to the celebration there down at the Mission in San Juan, definitely go. It is something to see, really. And they're doing the ringing of the bells still. They're doing all that. So it's a really cool event, family-friendly event. So get down there for that if you can. So especially these days, right? It's important to emphasize the importance of our Constitution, and our founding principles that we need to embrace every day. Whereas September 17th, 2023 marks the 236th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is important that all citizens fully understand the provisions, principles, and meaning of the Constitution so they can support, preserve, and defend it against encroachment. Whereas it's fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim September 17th, 2023 through September 23rd, 2023 as Constitution Week in the City of San Clemente. And by doing so, ask our residents and citizens to reaffirm the ideals that the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. And I'll turn it over here to the Daughters of the American Revolution. Thank you so much for all of your work celebrating Constitution Week.
I wasn't sure how much you were going to say. If there's not that much left to say, but I will say that if you'd like to attend the ringing of the bells, that will be on Friday, September 17th at 1 p.m., and they will ring, and it's just spectacular. The Daughters of the American Revolution began the Constitution Week. We petitioned in 1955, and it was approved the following year by President Eisenhower, and it's celebrated. When the bells begin to ring, they will ring all across the country at the same time with the time differences. It'll be 4 p.m. our time and the East Coast and whatnot. And each of the members of the Daughters of the American Revolution trace back to an ancestor in the Revolutionary War, and we try to afford tribute to all of the patriots. We're very big on that. So thank you for your recognition, Mayor Duncan.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Would you like a picture with the City Council? You have a camera you want to... Okay, perfect. So we've got Seal around here.
Okay, great.
Teaching all our students.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, only 5 more special presentations.
Our final special presentation is introduction of our contract coastal administrator and a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers sand replenishment project update. Leslie?
And City Manager, would you like to lead us off on this topic?
Yes, and I prepared a presentation, just 2 slides, just very quickly, but there we go. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Putting her on the spot here. Oh, here we go. You could probably do a better job of this than me. You know yourself better than I do, I think a little. Anyway, Mayor and Council, we are very pleased tonight to be able to announce the selection of our coastal administrator. I wanted to give you a little bit of background and then give her an opportunity to talk to you. I know this is a very important position for the City Council. But Leslie Meyerhoff is, she comes to us, of course, with a master's degree from UCLA in urban planning and environmental policy. You can see there. One of the things that really stood out to me is the last item there, which she is the past director of the American Shore and Beach Beach Preservation Association. So that means that across the nation, she was one of the leaders in making sure that shore and beach preservation happens, and is very familiar with that, and certainly done a lot for our community. If you go to the next slide, these are some of the things that she's already done for our community, and so we really appreciate the work she's already put in. And you can see there that there's been grant applications that have been successful. She's also done a lot of our shore monitoring program already, is very familiar with our city, can hit the ground running. Really appreciate the fact that she is willing to change her business model a little bit and be more dedicated to the city of San Clemente going forward, because she's a very hot commodity, works for a lot of the cities and counties, and even, for instance, the Sandag, which is the San Diego Association of Governments. And so the fact that she's willing to dedicate more of her time to us, I think, is a real tribute to what we're trying to do on our shoreline here in San Clemente. So with that, I just wanted to introduce you to Leslie and let her say a few words and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for that very kind welcome, and I appreciate the support of everyone here at the City of San Clemente. It's been my honor and privilege to be a member of the City of San Clemente team as a contractor, a consultant, for the past few years, working on a variety of coastal projects, and I'm very happy to be able to continue in that capacity and to expand it a little bit to help meet some of the goals and objectives of the city with respect to sand and sand retention. So I'm very pleased to be here.
Thank you. Yeah, we're very, very happy to have you, Leslie, and we're very familiar with you, and thank you for making the commitment to San Clemente, as I think you share our belief that we are sort of at the tip of the spear here in terms of the coastal protection and erosion issues. So we need your help, and we're glad to have you on board helping us navigate through these
Thank you very
issues.
much. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
can I say?
sure.
a couple of
Councilman
things here?
Cabal.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for being here. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Our coastal, Mark and I are on a coastal advisory panel that has been working on this for trying to get somebody on staff or on contract on a permanent basis that will direct all the issues related to sand replenishment, sand retention. It's been a long time coming. Things don't move easily in this, in government, as we all know, but we're depending on you to get this done. We'll give you a few weeks at least. No, it's a long process. We understand that, but we really do appreciate you being here and taking the lead on this with it for the city of San Clemente. And we're here to support you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And are we doing the other presentation as part of this, or is that, okay?
Not unless it gets removed from consent, otherwise we're good to go, but there is a comment.
Oh, okay, yes.
We do.
And you have a presentation as well, Asia?
I do have a brief presentation on the Army Corps project.
Is the comment about the appointment of the administrator, or about the
Just
The
says
project.
coastal administrator, so it doesn't.
okay, so
say.
let's hear the comment now then.
Susie Whitelaw?
I just want to say on behalf of Save Our Beaches, we've been working for this for a long time with Mark and Victor, and we're so happy to see Leslie here. I've worked with her quite a bit, and she's the person to get this job done, and is obviously evidenced by all that she's already done. So welcome.
All right, thank you.
I'm feeling the love. Thank you, everyone. Mayor and council members, my very brief presentation tonight is on the Army Corps Beach Sand Project. As many people are aware, the city and the Army Corps and state parks have been working together in a partnership for nearly 2 decades to bring this project to fruition. And so, Mayor, while you said you're the tip of the spear, you're also leaps and bounds ahead of most other coastal cities. So I think huge congratulations to the city for everyone who's worked on this project to make it reality and to bring it to fruition, which it's very close to that point. So this is a brand new beach nourishment project, and it's noteworthy because it is the first entirely new beach nourishment project on the west coast of the United States of America. So There's been many beach nourishment projects that have happened along the East Coast, the Florida coast, the Gulf Coast, and the Great Lakes, but none in California until San Clemente. So there's the one in Huntington Beach, which has been ongoing for more than 50 years, but this is the all-new project for San Clemente. So I think congratulations are in order to get to this point. The project will bring 251,000 cubic yards of sand to the beach, placing sand from Linda Lane to T Street. Just as a reminder, it is a 50-year project with intervals at approximately every 6 years, bringing again 251,000 cubic yards of sand to the beach. And so over the 50-year lifespan of the project, we'll see 2 million cubic yards of sand added to the beaches. This photograph is just from another project, and it's really just to show you what kinds of equipment and operations you're going to see on the beach later this year. You're going to see pipelines, bulldozers, forklifts, front-end loaders, possibly some lights, just depending if they're doing work, till 7 p.m. So you'll see a lot of equipment on the beach, and then you'll see this basically like a sand berm that they build on the ocean side, and then behind that, the water settles out, the water drains away, and leaves behind this brand-new, beautiful sand. So we'll have more pictures and graphics at future presentations, but I just wanted to kind of give you an advance preview of what you're going to see on the beaches here in San Clemente. So I was here in July helping the city to conclude the environmental process and approve the project. That, of course, set the stage for the State Lands Commission to issue their final regulatory approval, which is a 49-year lease issued to the city. Once that final regulatory approval was obtained, that set the stage for the Army Corps to award the project contract. The contract should be awarded later this month. We know it will go to the firm, I believe they're called Manson. They're doing all of the West Coast dredging for the Army Corps this year. The project mobilization will start in likely October of this year. The schedule's not certain yet, so these are still tentative dates. Just please keep that in mind. But what we mean by mobilization is you'll see a construction staging area set up by the Marine Safety Center. It'll be fenced off, there will be signs, there'll be lights, it will be a secured area. They will be storing pipeline segments and heavy equipment that will move the sand once the sand has arrived to the city. And then right now, we're still looking at construction beginning in November of this year. The total duration of construction will be about 46 days. Dredging will be performed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week down at the Oceanside Barrow site. And then the onshore equipment operations will occur 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is what we're currently anticipating. And then once construction is complete, we will do the demobilization phase, which is basically removal of all the equipment and signing off on the project. And that's tentatively scheduled for December of this year or possibly into January of next year. So some of the other things we're working on right now are listed here. We will, again, finalize a construction schedule as soon as the contract is awarded. Because the contractor is working right now in the Columbia River on the Oregon and Washington border. They have another project they need to do in Northern California. Once that is complete, they will then move to San Clemente. After San Clemente, they move to Solana Beach and then Encinitas, and then their work is basically complete. So we don't have a specific schedule, but again, I will report back as soon as we have a firm schedule at hand. Meanwhile, in the interim, before we start construction, we are completing the pre-construction monitoring, which includes monitoring for biological resources, the reef that's offshore of the city. We'll be doing monitoring for that. We're also conducting beach width data. That'll occur in October of this year. And then we're doing water quality sampling and surf resource monitoring, which continues to be ongoing. One of the next major things is development of the public outreach plan and how we're going to convey the messages to the public about not only the construction schedule and what to expect, but also beach access restrictions during active construction phases, temporary staging and other things that are all intended to keep the public safe during the active construction phase. As you saw in that photograph, there's going to be a lot of heavy equipment on the beach for a period of time, pipeline segments that are 50-foot long, those have to get moved down the beach. So we're going to be very careful in making sure the public is protected and stays out of the active work zone that's on the beach. We plan to communicate this information to the public in a variety of methods, including future council meetings. I'll be back to provide updates. We will also be doing multiple press releases, e-blasts. We would anticipate the mayor and other council members may provide information in their public comments at the start of council meetings or other venues. Also, public noticing will be published on site in multiple locations, and then we'll be doing social media posting as well to keep as many people informed as possible. So that concludes the Army Corps presentation for tonight, and I did include a slide here just on another project. This is kind of the companion project. You might think of it as our sand retention project, and this is the Nature-Based Coastal Resiliency Feasibility Study, which is intended to come up with conceptual designs that will enable the sand to remain in place for as long as possible. So I think you recall me mentioning that we'll be getting sand every 6 years over the next 50 years, and what we want to do is keep that sand on the beaches for as long as possible. So we're doing this companion nature-based study, and 3 weeks from tomorrow night, we will hold a community meeting in this council chambers, 5:30 to 8 p.m., and the purpose is for our team to unveil the preliminary designs that we've developed for sand retention in the city. So we've got quite a wide range of variety of solutions from the north part of the city to the south and everything in between. We will have the coastal engineers here that night. They're the ones doing the design work. They will be doing part of the presentation. We're going to have an open house. We'll have the posters out ahead of the meeting, and we're going to have an interactive portion of the meeting where people are going to be able to provide direct comments and feedback on the preliminary designs. We will take that feedback and roll it into a report that will then be published for 30 days, at least 30 days of public review and comment. So this is the next upcoming Coastal Resiliency Project meeting, and I thought it would be important to get that message out tonight to the community. And if you're not aware, we do have a dedicated email address that you can sign up for public notices, notices of availability when we have public documents available for review and comment. And if you haven't signed up, and this is for everybody, send an email to lcp@san-clemente.org, and you'll be added to the email list, and you'll be notified of all project activities. I've also included my contact information here for anyone who's interested, phone number, email address. I try to make myself as available as possible, so please feel free to reach out with any questions. And thank you for your time. That concludes my presentation.
And Leslie, I thank you again, and thank you for pointing out that meeting. Nothing more important, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, than replenishment and retention of our sand, because we're not a beach community without the beach, as we say a lot, and we're glad to have you on the team, sort of leading the charge with staff on that. And to everyone out there, please pass the word that we are having this meeting. This is your chance to come in and find out what these plans are that have been in the works for so long, and provide that public input that we love. And usually we have no problem getting public input, so I think we'll have a good crowd there, but you know, we want a diverse group of folks, so please spread the word to people in your neighborhoods and your family and friends who are in the community. Come in and learn and provide some input. Thank you, Leslie. Yes, Councilmember.
I just have one more comment. I think I was didn't thank all the people I should have. I mean, I mentioned our beach committee, but this whole effort, getting you in place and getting everything, was a collaboration of our mayor, Rick, our Mayor Pro Tem, who have all been active in getting beach. We all want to get beach here. So it wasn't just our committee, it was all of us. And we have a lot of organizations out there too, the Save Our Beaches, that have been very active. We have the Beaches Parks Committee, which now is the new Coastal Advisory Committee that has done a good job. We just named the new members. They used to be members of the Beaches Parks, and they will continue to be a great resources. Cecilia, who has led this also for a long time, has done an extraordinary job and has taken us to this point, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank her for all that she's done on this. And, the County of Orange and the San Diego that we've worked with also, the County of San Diego. So it wasn't just a few of us, it's everybody collectively that's been working, and you'll have all our support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Leslie. City Clerk,
Next up is oral communications. And
how many comments do we have?
11 speaker
Okay.
cards. So I'll call the first three speakers, William Reynolds, followed by Hoyen Ip, followed by Ken Poziak.
And just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. You'll see the timer in front of you. When the light turns yellow, you have a minute left. Once the red light happens, we will cut you off so that nobody gets more than 3 minutes. And this is our chance to hear from the public and take input in, so there won't be, you can ask us questions, but we won't really answer because we're just here to listen and hear what the public has to say. So with that, thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is William Reynolds Billy, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I've been here since in the late 70s, and I am a keynote speaker. We had a conversation the other day, and it's about the epidemic that we've been having in our cities. I have a nonprofit here. I started it a couple years ago. It's called RecoverYouOC.com, and we work with people, young kids or people that just getting out of recovery that has fentanyl problems. The event is next Monday at 5:30 to 7:30 at Capo Beach Church. I'm the keynote speaker. Another lady named Jody Barber's on the bill, and she lost a son to fentanyl, and it's an epidemic. I was with a kid, 20-year-old kid, a couple days ago, probably about 2 weeks ago, and he was home from school, and one of his buddies, 3 of his buddies left to go back to college, Ohio State. He stayed to get another paycheck, worked at one of the outlet stores, and they wanted to go party before they started school. They went out that night, got some cocaine, fentanyl into it. All 3 of them died. I speak at the high schools. I've been speaking at the San Clemente High Schools, the Aliso Viejo schools. This e-blast went out over the last month. We've been promoting this event, and it's just getting our community aware of what's going on, educating our kids at a young age, going to 7th and 8th grades. This is what's going on in the world today. DA reported 46.4 million fentanyl pills, 6,900 pounds of fentanyl have been seized so far this year. That is 204 million deadly doses that are killing our American kids. And it's just not, our city, there's kids in this city that are dying from fentanyl on a daily basis. And, we need to bring them aware. Recovery U is doing the best we can by bringing aware. We're public speaking. This event is pretty powerful that's coming up. Law enforcement, I believe, is involved in it. We had the e-blast. We had the media involved in it. And anything that the mayor and the city council could do to promote, help, anything, I'm willing to meet with you guys, however it may be. I'm not sure how that is. This is my first council meeting. I'm trying to figure it out, trying to educate our youth and invite you guys to the event. I have some flyers of it. I'm new, again, to being here, but I do know that it's a problem within our community, and we need to educate our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please leave the flyers with the city clerk and your contact information with the city manager. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan, Council. I'm Hoyen Yip. Well, this is actually tonight's meeting started in such a lovely way. So I want to first say I'm not here to complain, even if it sounds like I'm going to complain. Love to have sand on the beaches. That also makes me think about the single-use plastics on the beach. FYI, 2 weeks ago, Oceanside did the first reading of a plastic ban. that is so much better than our 2011 plastic ban. So it's probably time to get a new ban with a new scent, right? One thing I actually want to say is, seems to be a little bit sweet and sour that the Coastal Advisory Committee is coming back. It seemed to me it's a little bit a bummer that the primary mission of the committee is reduced to scent replenishment and retention. Again, it's not a complaint, but this is narrowed down scope from before. I think many of us agree that the loss of a scent is caused by sea level rise, caused by climate change. And we also know that the Inflation Reduction Act is bringing a lot of money to the local level for different climate programs. We need to have the programs in place in order to get the money. And so I hope the council could have either expand the responsibility of the Coastal Advisory Committee or having a new entity to work on climate programs, for instance, Climate Action Plan. And there has also been a few things in the queue. I mean, in 2018, we started talking about community choice energy. And in 2019, we started talking about a citywide smoking ban. And there has been a lot of community support and seemingly strong political will on council. Don't know what happened. So, Mayor and the council, let us know how we can support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Huyen. Appreciate it. Okay.
Ken, followed by Diane Harkey, Donna Vidrine, and Patricia Holloway.
All right, my name gets better every time, getting the hang of that. Ken Pacheck, I'm on the North Beach Community Association, and I just wanted to come out tonight to address the city council, Jay, Andy, Adam, and really the community wants to thank you for improving the safety and security of the North Beach community. It's really much appreciated. Please continue to work to keep this going by finalizing the improvements as promised, with the adding of 1 police officer per shift, adding a beach patrol area, along with updating the skills of our rangers. We really believe in that, and we think that that will really help to keep the ball rolling. Please don't remove Allied Security until they are backfilled with our own security people and a plan. It's really been going great. Your efforts have resulted in a safer and cleaner North Beach community. I know of 2 long-term campers that I've watched for 6 years that are placed in housing, which is awesome. I mean, that is like way to go. Seriously, that's really the end-all, be-all, and we really appreciate that. And I know that was through a lot of hard work of the compliance team and just their effort to keep showing up. And so we really appreciate that. Beyond that, North Beach Community Association is working with Andy on the placemaker plan. We really believe in that. We appreciate the mayor coming up with that, and we'd like to continue to pursue that. We're supporting Samantha right now with a survey for playground equipment. We'd like to be a part of that. And we would also like to support the team in their designing of the restroom and concession area improvements. I'm hearing that may be done already, but it would really be nice to get the community's input before we come out with that, because that, I mean, it would just be so much better. You all know that. You're all really good at that, actually. So, and then we do support action versus studies. It came up in the earlier talk about sand, and we really love the new addition. I mean, that's really exciting. So, got a lot of great things going on, and we appreciate all your support and help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Harkey, Donna Vidrine, Patricia Holloway.
Good evening, council, or mayor and council members. Diane Harkey, City of Dana Point. I want to congratulate you all on the progress that I have reviewed in San Clemente, just being from afar in that City of Dana Point. And you've made a lot of progress in the North Beach. You've made a lot of progress with your new city manager, who seems to be totally engaged, very willing to talk about the issues that affect, and all of you who really play well in the sandbox up here. You know, you may not agree with everything, but it's very polite and professional, and I think people appreciate that. So thank you very much. What I came to talk about, though, was in the last council meeting that I was here, there was conversation about the CARE Act, which is the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Court that is being set up. And Orange County is going to be one of the first trials for that system. The governor passed a bill that allowed people with schizophrenia and severe mental illness to be mandated treatment with the proper referrals and also with representation. It's a comprehensive plan, housing, supportive services for up to 12 months. Now, the comment was made that this will be weakened, and as you might expect, no good deed goes unpunished, and there is currently movement afoot in Sacramento to take some of the teeth out of this, but I expect that there will be a lot of pushback for that, especially from Orange County. The fact that Orange County is one of the first, you should be commended. I had a situation with an old family member, and I didn't have this act in place. Had I had this act in place, we wouldn't have had to go through 5 years of total hell and have her almost dead. It was my sister. She became paranoid schizophrenic after the age of 50. She had like a PTSD meltdown. Nobody could get to her. When she was lucid, she would allow me information. When she wasn't, she wouldn't. Her psychiatrist would help when he could, and when he couldn't, he couldn't. And all of this went on for 5 years. And I was lucky, through the grace of God, I was able to, actually have her 5150, 5250, keep her in till I could get, conservatorship of her. And I worked with the sheriff's department, county council, social services, the hospital, and also the court system. And the family court system, working together, we all managed to make this happen. And she is alive and well and happy human being, because there's just a lack of something in their brains, either too much or not enough dopamine. I'm not sure which it is, but they need treatment, and they don't do it alone because they're scared to death. They're frightened to death to tell anybody what's going on with them, especially schizophrenics, because they have so many voices that are beating on them all the time. So getting through to them is nearly impossible. So I would just like to say that it's a very good system, and I hope that you will support it, and I will bring you more information.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, Diane. Okay.
Donna Vadrine, followed by Patricia Holloway, followed by Tony Hayes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am here tonight to request an update to the city's Climate Plan of Action 2014. By providing direction and support to city staff to update the Climate Action Plan, we provide the structure and policies for an environmentally and economically sustainable growth model. San Clemente's general plan remarks on the critical role the natural environment plays in sustaining community lifestyle and the local economy. By addressing the Climate Action Plan responsibly, we improve our resiliency to the effects of worsening climate impacts and environmental injustices. If we fail to plan and prepare for climate impacts, our residents are harmed by worsening climate pollution, deepening inequities, and our communities are left vulnerable and unprepared. Greenhouse gas reductions can be achieved with alternative transportation, land use to include planting of trees, energy efficiency to include clean renewable energy, and waste reductions to include recycling of green waste and plastics. The San Clemente Action Plan was adopted 9 years ago and needs to be updated. The state of California recommends that Climate Action Plan updates occur every 3 to 5 years. Updating the Climate Action Plan will bring into alignment best practices and key policies that are proven effective. If this council acts now to update our climate action plan, there is funding available. In October, an update on funding will be given by Supervisor Foley for those that express an interest to the supervisor's office. Do not let San Clemente miss out on this important opportunity. Let's hold ourselves accountable and create meaningful change, guaranteeing a thriving future for all. My ask tonight is for this council to give direction to city staff to update San Clemente's climate action plan. Thank you. Donna Vidrine, member of Citizens Climate Lobby and Education, South Orange County Chapter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Holloway, followed by Tony Hayes, followed by Nicole Mervis.
Hello, my name's Patricia Holloway, and I'm a 35-year resident of San Clemente. I'm here to urge you to update San Clemente's Climate Action Plan. Our climate plan was developed back in 2014 as part of our city's general plan. The CAP established the city's baseline level of greenhouse gas emissions and set targets and methods to reduce them. By actively decreasing emissions, we will reap the benefits of a cooler and calmer atmosphere and ocean. San Clemente's Climate Action Plan looks at both community-wide and municipal emissions. On the community level, 67% of our emissions are transportation-related. This is why we must expand our network of bicycles and pedestrians, support safe use of electric bikes and electric vehicles, and increase use of trolleys, trains, and transit. On the municipal level, the primary source of emissions is gas and electricity consumption, including energy to pump water to our homes and businesses, operate our street and traffic lights, and to heat and cool our city-owned buildings. To reduce municipal emissions, we need to expand the use of solar, weatherize city facilities, plant trees, and continue water conservation and waste reduction efforts. The Climate Action Plan update will tell us what progress San Clemente has made in the past 10 years, and yes, we have made progress. The update will also identify new ways and new technologies to reduce pollution and energy use. The exciting news is that San Clemente may be eligible for funding from the federal government's Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program, which is specifically intended for cities in LA and Orange counties. To qualify for both planning and implementation grants, the city must submit a preliminary CAP update to the county on or before March 1st, 2024. Right now, the County of Orange is creating its own climate action plan to take advantage of this important grant opportunity and to collaborate with cities to fund sustainability measures. Our timing could not be better. Please support an update to San Clemente's climate action plan and ask staff to begin the process and return with a report and a recommendation to our city council. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Patricia.
Tony Hayes?
Hi, my name's Tony Hayes. I've lived in San Clemente for 15 years or so. One of the first things we need to do in going ahead with this plan is to find sources of money. And some of the money has been available in the Inflation Reduction Act. Unfortunately, the door is closed on some of these plans, but there is also money from other federal sources, as Ms. Holloway just mentioned, but also from state, from SB 375, I believe. But look for all sources of funds that might be available. And then do a cost-benefit analysis on all city-owned buildings, not only buildings, but on parking lots, as to whether it is cost-benefit, as whether it's beneficial to put solar panels on parking lots, which provide shade, as well as generating power, of course. And North Beach, all city North Beach and the pier parking lots might be considered here too. And also on reservoirs. If the city, if San Clemente High School can do it, put solar panels on parking lot, then I'm sure the city should be able to find the money to do it somehow. And Ms. Holloway was instrumental in getting that money through the Capital School District. On transportation, one easy way of getting people to use EVs is to make some parking spaces dedicated to EVs on the city lot. And again, North Beach and Pier parking lots just have a painted on a parking space, EVs only. It works. This is done in La Jolla, and there's no reason why it shouldn't work here. And as time goes by, you can increase these numbers. Also, with respect to transportation, we need to have more people riding bikes, not just kids riding electric bikes, but more adults like us should be riding electric bikes. And one way to encourage this is to have rumble strips between the dedicated bike lane and the four-wheel vehicle lane. And Mayor Duncan, I know, is interested in this. And Federal Highway Administration has booklets on how to do this, recommendations for the type of rumble strips that could be used. It both does actually increase safety and increases perceived safety, which I think is equally important. The last thing is to try and get some kind of ride sharing for kids going to school. When I drive past Marblehead Elementary, I see lines of cars waiting either to get kids in or out. There must be some way that the city can find to have ride sharing or Lyft or something like that, as they did with bus routes in San Clemente. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Appreciate it, Tony. Thank you.
Nicole Mervis, followed by Danny Gray, followed by Tyler Bowden.
Hi, hello, Mayor Duncan and City Council members. I am a homeowner. My children go to school here, and I'm a member of the OC Climate Coalition. Tonight, I'm here to ask for an update with a staff report to the San Clemente's Climate Action Plan from 2014. Updating our current climate action plan is overdue, and although steps have been taken, San Clemente can take greater action in meeting the challenges of climate change by working to reduce our carbon footprint with actions in clean energy, transportation, energy-efficient buildings, sustainable land use, among other measures. We live in an amazing city, and why wouldn't we want to work to make San Clemente a more sustainable and energy-efficient place? What we do to take care of our cities, other cities will see. Please allow for the update of our climate action plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. How many more speakers, City Clerk?
3.
3, and are we getting close to our?
We've got 9 minutes.
Okay.
Danny Gray.
Mayor Duncan, council members, and staff. My name is Danny Gray. I'm a resident of Capitol Beach. I'm also a member of the Climate Reality Project in Orange County. With regard to the Inflation Reduction Act, one focus area that will determine which cities will receive funds is the city's climate action plan. I would like to encourage the city to perform an audit on your climate action plan to see how well you're doing and make any appropriate adjustments. I also think that any climate action plan should include community choice energy, or CCE. CCE programs have a big positive impact on the environment and can help fund goals that are set in the city, the climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tyler Bowden, followed by Gary Hedrick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tyler Bowden, and I wanted to express my support for the updating of the Climate Action Plan as somebody who's an industry professional, despite what my boyish T-shirt would seem to indicate, in the renewable energy industry. And the reason is because I think I have kind of a different perspective than many people in my industry, many of my peers, who hold it as their highest purpose and mission as their reason for being in this industry to impact greenhouse gas emissions in our environment. And that's a respectable reason, I'd say, but mine is a little bit different. It's one that I think aligns more with the people who I work with in adding solar to their homes and businesses, which is, their reasons are not necessarily, and I'd say in large part, not because of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but really to have local control about where their energy is generated and have resiliency if something were to happen to the outside grid, and also to save money. And I wanted to draw a correlation between those reasons that homeowners and businesses have for going solar that I work with and this climate action plan, because I think the word climate gets mentioned and it's kind of a buzzword, and people may believe that humans have an impact on the climate. People may believe that the climate is not even changing. But regardless of those, there's reasons for the things that are on this list that we should move forward and update these things. Things like, like reducing our green waste. Who wants to have more waste in our landfill, more food waste in our landfill? These are things that the Chamber of Commerce is already working on. We're working with business to try to reduce food waste in our landfill. It's something that if we ship our food waste to the digesting plant that's in our area, we can generate energy and also soil through it. So that's something that's sustainable, and it doesn't have to do with greenhouse gas emissions. It has its own viable purpose that we can all agree on. It's a low common denominator. Other things like energy, which is our obviously largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, but also if we're thinking about wanting to have more local control and wanting to have savings and wanting to have resiliency, then something like community choice energy is something we should move forward with regardless of the impact that it would have on greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a lot of reasons that are low common denominators that all of us can agree on that are not political issues, they're San Clemente issues. They're things that have to do with having a town that has resiliency, has local control over our water, over our power, over our food. And so I wanted to express that perspective because I think it's an important perspective to share. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Tyler.
Final speaker is Gary Hedrick.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Gary Hedrick, and I'm glad to see people I've met before and talked with, and I look forward to meeting the others and having further conversations like this that are taking us in such a positive direction. But I just want to go back a little bit in time and explain where San Clemente Green came from. That's what organization my wife and I started in 2007 when we heard that that Pasadena was creating their own sustainability action plan. They created a green ribbon panel, and it seemed so easy when we thought about presenting that to our city council. I thought it'd be, a few months, a year, but it did take 2 years to finally get our sustainability action plan mandated, or at least as a guiding document. And I'm so proud that we were able to do that because, again, the timing is everything. At the time, we had AB 32, which required cities like ours to show that they're making an attempt to address the environmental issues that were so pressing even back then. Now it's even gotten more intense, but I wanted to share with you the experience of working with the city back then because it was such a unique bond. I'm still in touch with people that helped us create the original Sustainability Action Plan, which led to the General Plan Update and the Climate Action Plan that we're asking you to reevaluate and look at once more with fresh eyes and fresh ideas. You've heard a lot of great people speak. I'm proud to even be associated with them, and I'm actually refreshed to be talking about something that's not about our nuclear waste issue. I'd be it brings back great memories. I even had a Zoom meeting recently with some of the people you heard tonight, and Tom Vonnegut, who was our city engineer at the time, putting together our Sustainability Action Plan. And he's as encouraged and hopeful and glad that this is being discussed right now, and the timing with the funding and meeting our requirements couldn't be better. We need this, and I'm so encouraged that this is being discussed tonight. I hope it'll be an easy decision for you to ask staff to take the next step, and we're ready to stay with you guys side by side, and the people you heard tonight. I think we have a great group together, and I think we can do a lot of good. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Gary. As we move down the agenda, just to note, we do have a separate agenda item for future agenda items, so that this is where this type of thing that you're asking for might come up. And also, thank you to former mayor from San Juan Capistrano, Larry Kramer, for coming and gracing us with this present. With that, City Clerk.
Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved. Second.
Motion is Enmeyer, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, it's unanimous.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Seeing none, we'll move on.
None. Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Council met in closed session on item A. There's no reportable action. Council met in closed session on item B. There's no reportable action. And council met in closed session on item C. There's no reportable action. Thank you.
Staff communications, I don't believe there are any staff updates this evening. No. Consent calendar, I do have 2 items that were pulled by the public. 7G and 7H.
Okay, any council members like to pull any other items? No? Okay, I would like to pull D and F.
D as in David.
D as in David, F as in Frank. Any other items? Okay, would anybody like to move the balance?
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer to move the balance. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. The balance is moved.
Item D, ordinance number 1755.
Yeah, we have D, F, G, and H.
G as in go and H as in husband.
Okay. Yeah, I just pulled it, just to register, my no vote. I know this is the second reading, it's already been passed, but I'm concerned about what effect this may have on parking in our areas west of the 5, so that's the only comment I have.
Okay.
Unless there are any other comments, I'll move ordinance 1755, second reading to modify the definition of commercial vehicles and finding the ordinance not subject to California Environmental Quality Act. I'll second.
Okay, motion is Noblock.
Do I need to read this, the amended, this section?
I think you did.
I was going to say,
Okay.
for the record, I can read it if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, second by Councilmember Enmeyer, to adopt ordinance number 1755 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 10.04.010B1 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to the definition of commercial vehicle and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'll incorporate that into my motion.
Okay, and the motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer again. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm a no. It's 4-1, with Duncan being the low no vote.
Next item is F, consideration of a resolution awarding a contract for printing services for the quarterly city recreation magazine. And that was pulled by Mayor Duncan.
Maybe you can help me out, city manager. Just looking at this, it seems like quite a cost. Not that I don't value the publication of our recreation materials, but it seems like we're increasingly using email and electronic devices. Is there another option besides the $120,000 a year contract?
We do actually make sure that we give the information out both electronically on the webpage and in other sources. This is the flyer that goes out to every household in the community, letting them know of the different recreation programs in the city. If that's not something the city council wants to continue to do, we could eliminate that flyer that goes out to the residents.
Okay, now I'm not talking about eliminating, but I thought there was an option for a lower price than the price we have here.
So
Yeah.
there was a lower bidder. That was a bid that was submitted, and we had some challenges with that bid last year. The quality of the printing was not very good. It didn't stay on the page very well. And we asked them if they could perhaps improve that process. They didn't indicate that they could. So we just wanted to make sure that anything that's going out to the community is going out with the quality that you would expect. And so we went with the second lowest bidder on that project.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, well, I don't want us to have a poor product out there. Does the council agree that we should continue to have a printed product in addition to the email on the website and other ways that we publish this?
I find it really valuable. I don't think to go and look online at those different things. So when it comes into the mail, it's helpful for my family, it's helpful for the neighbors on my street to see what all is going on. So I do find value in that.
Okay.
I would agree. I think, it's one of those documents that you hold on to and you look and you share it with kids or grandkids and you talk about it. So I think it's a valuable resource. And I do understand the other issue with the previous document, as I understood that the ink would smear when you touched it and not.
Well, then you didn't know what was on there. When is the class? What class is that? Okay.
I'm in.
Yeah, I also agree with the concerns about the pricing. That was a concern of mine, but I think the quality is important. This is a document that people hold on to for a long period of time, and to have permanent printing is kind of important. So I'm supportive of the item.
Okay, then I will move the item. Looking for a second? I don't think.
Second.
Okay, motion is Duncan, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Next item is item G. It was pulled by two members of the public, consideration of participation in Sandag Regional Beach Sand Project 3. Would you like to hear the public comments first?
Yes.
Susan Ambrose, followed by Susie Whitelaw.
Hi, good evening. Whoops, down to my size here. Good evening, City Council members. I pulled 7G and 7H because, for two reasons. One, these are movements ahead for our City Council, positive actions that we are taking to join the regional world of coastal issues and managing them, and cost sharing. I'm looking at two documents here prepared by our new coastal administrator, Leslie Meyerhoff, and I've asked her to come up and give a brief summary of both of these plans for our city's success in solving some of our coastal issues. If you would allow that, I would be happy to take my seat. Thank you.
City Attorney, we have a public commenter wanting to, is that share time perhaps? Is that what the request is?
No, so this was pulled from consent, so you can, have staff come up and give their presentation when public comment is over.
Okay. All right, we will entertain that after
Thank you
public
very
comment.
much.
Thank you.
Susie Whitelaw.
Hi, I'd just like to say that Save Our Beaches is very enthusiastically supportive of this effort. It came to our attention maybe about 6 months ago. San Diego, through Sandag Regional Association of Governments, has done, this would be their third round of beach replenishment. And the first two rounds were accomplished 2001 and 2012, I believe. And the great thing about it was that they found state funding. Now, we've got federal funding for a portion of our beaches. We're not going to get federal funding for the remainder of our beaches. We've talked to Army Corps of Engineers about that. And so that state funding would be really great to fill in, if nothing else, to fill in the remainder of our beaches that aren't getting sand. We saw that Carlsbad, when they bought into it for the feasibility study, was only like $60,000, which sounds like a real deal to me for a feasibility study. We believe that you can get a lot of synergies. What we see is every time I go down south, people have got a lot of new ideas, a lot of just faster ways of doing things. And so I see a lot of synergies coming from that, and the potential to lobby for maybe getting a West Coast dredge instead of having to bring a dredge over from the East Coast. I'm going to go ahead and just comment on H while I'm out here, or should I wait?
You should comment on H at the next item.
Okay.
Thank
We're
you.
supportive.
Okay, any other comments?
No additional speakers.
Before we discuss, would we like to hear from staff?
I'd
Okay.
like to hear from staff.
Leslie, do you have any comments on the proposed participation in the Sandag Regional Beach Sand Project?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone again. I do not have a prepared presentation on this item, but the thought here is that given that sand is such an important priority for the city, that we should be looking in all directions for regional collaboration, to the north and to the south, basically leaving no stone unturned as we look to advance additional beach nourishment projects in the city. So Sandag is in the beginning stages of putting together Regional Beach Sand 3, or RBSP 3. And they have a successful track record of implementing 2 projects previously. So they do know how to get these projects done. We do too here in San Clemente, but the idea is that there will be cost savings by having additional public agencies participating, because there will be a greater number of agencies to basically share the cost of the feasibility study. So the cost allocation methodology that Sandag used for this phase 1 is the length of shoreline miles in the city for each of the participating jurisdictions. And so that percentage is their equivalent percentage of cost sharing. So the more shoreline miles you have, the greater your cost share. So that's getting a little bit ahead of things, because all we're simply doing at this point is saying, does the city want to submit a letter, just simply expressing interest, like, yes, we would like to consider participating with you. And then really it will be up to Sandag and probably the Shoreline Preservation Working Group to make that decision as to whether or not other entities beyond the Sandag borders are technically able to participate. So it's really in the spirit of, let's look at all options. And this is an option that's very timely. The Sandag Shoreline Preservation Working Group meets this Thursday. I don't know if the council is so inclined to submit a letter. If this does pass, we would, want to get that in soon. We could also make comments at the meeting this Thursday. But anyway, that is sort of the gist of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabral.
I mean.
Do you have any questions? First of all, do we have any questions?
No questions.
Well, I guess I do have a question, which is there any precedent for Sandag accepting a member outside of San Diego County? And if not, do we have any other indication that they might be somewhat interested in receiving this letter from us?
So I've been participating in the Sandag Shoreline Preservation Working Group for about 20 years. With respect to these regional beach nourishment projects, there is not precedent for external Sandag member agencies to participate. However, Sandag staff has reached out to San Clemente, Dana Point, and the county, and I believe OCTA as well, to talk to them about regional collaboration. So, and I think one really important thing is geographically and from a coastal processes standpoint, San Clemente is in the Oceanside littoral cell, which goes all the way down to the Scripps Pier in La Jolla, which is part of City of San Diego. So all of these cities are in the Oceanside littoral cell. That littoral cell extends beyond the San Diego County border. So it would be somewhat of a change up with respect to how they develop these projects, more of like a sediment shed basis rather than a purely political boundary basis.
And I guess final question, is it littoral or littoral? I hear it, but
It's
is there?
tomato or tomato.
Okay,
I
okay,
don't
it's
think
either
there's
way.
a right or
Okay.
wrong.
Tomato.
Any other questions?
Just a quick one. The distance involved, correct me if I'm wrong, the $200,000 is based on our public beaches, the prorated cost, not including the state beaches. That's excluded from our cost, right? So we're not paying
That
for
is
the state
correct.
Or for the private beach areas.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a great thing, that the Oceanside littoral, you're covering both the
bases.
fishermen call it the bite, and geographically, it makes total sense that we're there. To limit it to just San Diego entities, it really doesn't make sense. It's just logical that the cities that share the same curvature of the beach, the same sand migration, it's important that the long-term, in my opinion, the long-term solution is to identify regional borrow sites up and down that goes from from San Diego to Ventura, and share the cost of analysis and the cost of operation. And I'm excited that we're expanding our view here.
Councilmember Cabral.
I have no more questions. I was going to.
Yes, we're into
I'd like to
discussion.
move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right. Oh, good. Moving along, yes. In discussion, I'd just say to to Mayor Pro Tem Noblock's point, as we see with the World Surf League Finals coming, which is basically our competition, but it's not even in the city limits, we are so close to that area, which is a really key part of San Diego County that I know that they're very focused on as well in terms of the beach loss. The sand loss at Trestles it may cost us the competition actually in the future, frankly, because they don't have enough sand to put the tents and things down there. So I completely agree that there's a regional solution that's necessary. And thank you for moving the item, Councilmember Cabral. With that, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous. Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, next item pulled from the consent calendar by two members of the public. Item 7H, consideration of authorizing a grant application to the California Coastal Commission for identification of offshore sand sources. And this item was called by Susan Ambrose.
Okay. Before we hear, do we have any staff recommendation, or should we just wait to see how the comments go? Usually we do have the staff presentation before we hear from the public. Do we have anything on this, or should we just
I don't
wait?
think there is a staff presentation prepared for this.
Okay,
This would be
then
in
we'll hear-
reaction to your questions and their comments.
Okay.
Again, I'm Susan Ambrose. I'm newly on the refurbished Coastal Advisory Committee. Thank you very much. I'm bringing this to the attention of not only the City Council, but also to the public in general. Another positive thing, a consideration of a resolution authorizing a grant application to the California Coastal Commission for identification of offshore sand sources and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA. The person who can talk best about this is, of course, the person who authored this report, Leslie Meyerhoff, our new coastal administrator. So I'm going to step away from the microphone here and let her give you more details. But the good news is, Councilmember Knobloch, we will be supporting finding and identifying offshore sand sources with this action. There's a little action item here for me. But also, remember that the Lori Davies Bill 966 was passed earlier this morning, last Friday. I think that committee member Aaron Washington shared that with you. That went through appropriation, then that is a big deal. Now, the Senate's going to close, the Senate floor will be hearing this, and they'll have to hear it before September 14th, which is when the legislation closes down for the season for a while. So we should have an answer on that money. Those are grant monies as well, and those grant monies will come directly from the legislature and the state. And I think the California Coastal Commission is involved in that Lori Davies bill as well. So that said, let me remove myself from the podium and turn it over to Leslie.
We'll do the same thing here with, we'll hear from Leslie after, is there another comment? Okay, after
Thank you very
our
much.
comments are done. Thank you.
Susie Whitelaw.
I just wanted to say that Save Our Beaches is also very supportive of this effort. For the federal project, we are going to be going down to Oceanside for a borrow site that's off their coast. It doesn't belong to Oceanside, it belongs to the state of California. We do have to sign a lease to take the sand from there, but everybody and their brother is going to want sand from there, and I'm afraid that it could potentially run out. That's one thing. The second thing is that the dredge, really big dredge, which is a good thing it's a big dredge, because it's going to make, I think, 150 trips down to Oceanside and back. And so that's a big part of the cost. And if we can find something closer to us, that's going to really bring down our cost. The one down at Oceanside is actually, it's an ancient beach deposit that's about like about 12,000 years ago, when the beach used to be way out there. There was much lower sea levels at the time. And so that's actually the kind of deposit we're looking for, is an ancient beach deposit. It's probably going to be most likely off of a river. And so off of San Juan Creek is where we're hearing that there may be like a kind of a mother lode that we could use for our local beaches. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, let's, I guess, hear if there's any, do we want to hear from staff on this, or?
We've actually met with
Then
already.
then let's, if there's no discussion, entertain a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Leffler. All in favor? Aye. That's unanimous.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is public hearing number 2, requesting public input regarding the composition of potential council election districts.
Do we want to take any break before this? This may be a
Let's
long
take
one.
5
Okay, let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 7:45. All right. All right, let's get back in session. Sorry, we went a couple minutes over. We're trying to stay on schedule here and get out by 8 o'clock, so we have 12 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. All right. With the, yes, City Clerk, we're on that first public hearing again. And
Yes, I will tee us off. So this is public hearing number 2, requesting public input regarding the composition of potential council election districts. So we have a brief presentation by the city manager and myself, and then we will call the consultant up, Dr. Levitt with NDC, and then we'll hear public comments
okay.
from there.
Right, with that, I will open the public hearing.
Mayor and council, as you know, this has been a very complex issue, and so we did want to give a little bit of background, talk a little bit about where we are in terms of what's happened so far in the past, and then kind of where we need to go moving forward. And we also just want to take every opportunity we can to inform the public about this process, because again, it's not the easiest process to follow, and it can be complex. But I did want to give a quick history of district elections in San Clemente. As you know, there was a citizen petition placed on the ballot in 2018, and it was asking whether or not residents wanted to go to district elections. And approximately 70% of the residents indicated that they prefer to stay with at-large elections. The initiative failed, and so no change in the process occurred. The question was, should we go to district election? The answer was no. And so essentially nothing occurred. So we stayed with the same process that we have now. So moving forward, though, in July of this year, we received a demand letter from a legal firm saying that they felt like there could be polarized voting in our community and that we needed to explore district elections as a more fair way to allow people to elect the candidate of their choice, and especially persons in protected classes, whether that be race, it could be any, I think you remember there was a long list of what a protected class is. And so we do want to make sure that people understand the legal climate and what's happening right now in the state. So hundreds of cities, school districts, and special districts have received the same demand letters that we have. And in fact, I think you know that there are 5 cities in the general vicinity of South Orange County that received it about the same time that we did. And most of them have proceeded without going to court because, first, the legal fight is very expensive, and second, it's a very unclear outcome. It's not very clear what you need to do to win, because so far, no cities have been able to win that case. There have been 3 cities that have pursued legal action. 2 of them have run the course. There's one that is still at the Court of Appeals. It actually went to the Supreme Court. It was remanded back to the Court of Appeals, and that's Santa Monica. If anybody wants to read some of that information, it's certainly available online, and I know a lot of people have been following that. There's also been some discussion about what this could cost the city. The first 2 there are the 2 that went to court, as you can see, and when they lost, of course, this is set up that it's kind of a one-way pay, if you will. If the city wins the lawsuit, you pay your own legal fees, and you can't recover those from the plaintiff. If the plaintiff wins the case, you pay your own legal fees and the plaintiff's legal fees. That's kind of the way that the statute is set up. So you can see the first 2 there were actually, they went to court, and that's why they are much higher. But then you can see down the list, those are the cities that decided to at least explore challenging it. They went a little bit further, didn't stay within the safe harbor, and you can see anything from about $1.3 million in Highland down to Merced, which was $42,000. But it gives you an idea of some of the costs of litigation. But there is a state law that provides a safe harbor, and that safe harbor says basically, if the city council makes a decision within 45 days of receiving the demand letter, you would have to pay essentially no more than $37,000 to the legal firm that brings that case forward. But by the same token, if you choose to move forward, you have about 90 days now from that date to get this in place. And so these timelines are very, very tight, and that's why we have so many hearings going so quickly. And on August 15th, this body, they passed a resolution of intent to transfer to district elections. So some of the key factors, and I think that they're pretty simple here with all of this, is that it can be very, very confusing. I think we need to concentrate on outreach every chance we get. We need to try to meet with every community group we can, whether that happens to be the, where's that little boy shirt? Oh, he left. Whether it's the Rotarians, whether it's the Kiwanis Club, any of them, we certainly want to reach out.
started, Rick.
Yeah, hopefully Tyler's, he's can run faster than me, and he's probably stronger, but, you know, he's gone, so we can tease him. But, no, we want to reach out at every opportunity because people have questions. And the biggest question I get, of course, is, we already voted on this, why are we doing it? Again, that vote doesn't protect us from the demand letter. That was an indication that our residents are concerned about district elections. We need to make sure we have up-to-date and very accurate data on our website, social media, and other places. And then tonight, these are very, very difficult conversations for city council members to have a conversation about doing something that 70% of the residents have already told you they don't want to do. So I think it's really important that we have open and honest discussions about where we're at and what we're trying to accomplish. So with that, I will turn it over to Laura from that's a little bit of history and maybe where we go from here.
Thank you, Andy. So that brings us to tonight. This is our second public hearing in a series of public hearings that we are required to have. We'll talk about the timeline a little bit later in this presentation. Tonight's goal is to conduct a public hearing, receive public input concerning the composition of potential council election districts. One of the things that we are requesting council decide tonight is to choose how many districts, 4 to 9 districts with a rotating mayor or elected mayor. Those are conversations that will help our consultant prepare maps, and then district maps. And then if council determines to go with an elected mayor, council will need to determine whether we want the mayoral term 2 or 4 years. Community outreach, what we've done so far, we've set up a page on our city website, san-clementi.org/district elections. We have an English page and a Spanish page. We've done social media posts. We'll continue to push out information via social media and our website as it becomes available. Again, we have information on the website, Spanish and English. Ads have been placed in the San Clemente Times in both Spanish and English. In addition to our legal requirement to place a legal ad, I also placed ads in the regular section of the San Clemente Times last week in Spanish and English, and we have a separate email address set up that members of the public can email us at districtelections@san-clementi.org. That's going to help us and the consultant as we receive maps, public input on maps. We also invite members of the public to email council, city clerk, anyone at our regular email addresses that they're accustomed to reaching us through. Next steps, opportunities for public input on district maps. Informational flyers and blank maps will be placed at all city facilities on September 6th, so tomorrow. At our community center, our pools, the aquatic center, the library, the golf course, we'll have flyers out, and again, paper maps where people can complete those. They can email them to me. They can drop them off at City Hall. The timeline for that, as well as on our city website, but this is just paper information that we can get out to as many residents as possible. The timeline for that, September 6th to 14th, public maps will be accepted by the city clerk via email, in person, drop-off, or regular mail. So the timeline is September 6th through the 14th for the public to provide their input, their public maps. By September 21st, our consultant will have everything on the city's website. So that's public and consultant maps. Everything that we've received will be on our city website September 21st. Creating district boundaries. Each council district shall contain a nearly equal population. These are things to consider during the mapping process. Council districts shall be geographically contiguous to the extent practicable. The geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or community of interest should be respected and included within a single district. And council district boundaries should be easily identifiable and understandable by residents. So as the public is sending us their ideas for maps, these are things that should be factored in for consideration. And this PowerPoint will be on our city website tomorrow, and people can always call and ask for it. We're always available to answer questions. Timelines, we've got our second public hearing tonight. We've got a series of public hearings coming up, plenty of opportunities for public input. October 3rd, we've got our third public hearing to discuss the content of the draft maps and the sequence of elections. October 10th will be the deadline for any new or amended maps received on October 3rd, any changes from October 3rd. October 17th, we're going to hold two public hearings, important to note, public hearing 4 and 5 to select maps and potentially introduce the ordinance to transition to district elections. And then the end goal is to adopt that ordinance to transition to district elections on November 7th, 2023. When will district elections be implemented? November 5th, 2024 will be our first election using district-based seats, and November 6th, 2026 will be the second election using district-based seats, and at that point, we'll be fully transitioned to district elections. Went too far. And any questions?
All right,
so
thank
far?
you. Any
Should we
questions?
call the consultant?
Any questions of staff at this point? Councilor Cabral.
Yeah. There's several alternatives. One of them I keep thinking is the public thinks that this city council is so great that they're going to leave it in our hands without question to make a decision on how we should run this election. So they're not attending, they're not participating.
Oh, you said that tongue in cheek. Oh, okay. I get it.
Or they don't know about they don't know what's happening. And it worries me that there's a lot of people in the city may not know about exactly the transition that's happening. I'm not sure. And do you have any insight, or is there any way? Because I mean, not everybody looks at our website. They just don't. They don't watch the city council meetings, and that's how we get most of our information out. So I'm just curious about the thoughts of how you think our communications plan has worked, and whether we've reached 10%, 50%, 80%, 100% of the people in our city know about this, or your thoughts and views on that?
Sure, I can with 100% certainty say we've not reached 100% of the voters in San Clemente. We do our best with outreach. We've done social media posts. I shouldn't say we do our best. There's always opportunity to improve, but thus far we've done social media posts. We've posted on our website. Again, we've placed ads in the San Clemente Times. From here moving forward, we need to do community outreach, going to service clubs, reaching smaller groups that can get the word out to their organizations, to their neighbors, to their churches, what have you, the different community groups that are interested.
So we can also ask our consultant probably for what other means cities have used, just to point that out, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and all of us too will probably have to take more responsibility in speaking to some of these clubs and organizations about what's going on. I just know people are busy. They have their soccer, they have school, and maybe the school is another area where you can get this out to people, the schools where you get this out to people. But I think we just, we need to make sure people know that this is a transition in the government, and if they believe they've already resolved this, a couple of years ago, and we come up at the last minute when they go vote, and they say, why aren't I voting on all these people? It's going to be a shock to them. So I'd like to see how what we can do to make sure that a greater percentage of the people know what's happening and what kinds of decisions we're making.
Absolutely. And again, we'll have flyers starting tomorrow with our mapping available at our sort of high traffic areas within the city, be it the pools, the aquatic center, the beach club, the community center, the library, the golf course. So absolutely, there's always a need to get the word out as much as possible.
Any other questions of city clerk?
Yeah, one thing I didn't see on there to be discussed would be the idea of term limits. If we went in with a mayor proposition, or even for our own, how we divvy up the council members, is there a time for that to be discussed?
Tonight would be a good time as the consultant is drawing up the maps after tonight. I did have a staff recommendation for mayor terms 2 or 4 years, but certainly you could choose council terms as well, if you'd like to.
Yeah, and the idea of how many terms they can have, is that?
Oh, term limits.
Yes, term limits.
But we already have that, yeah.
For council members, would
Yes.
that be also something appropriate to discuss if we went with a mayor? Sorry, my mic's not on. If we went with a mayor at large.
To have less or more time.
Yeah, would that be something to discuss tonight or not?
We could probably introduce that.
I don't know that it's
ordinance
essential to our
date.
decision tonight, because that's something that could be done really at any point. Yeah. Okay, now, any other questions of city clerk or city manager? Now, before we hear public comments, and I assume we have some.
We do.
Is there a presentation by our consultant? Okay, so let's hear that first and ask any questions we have there.
Well, good evening, Mayor Duncan, members of the council, and members of the community who are here tonight. My name is Dr. Justin Levitt with National Demographics. I think we're going to move quickly through the first part of this presentation because it pretty much replicates what our staff has covered. I'm happy to address any questions about the California Voting Rights Act, what it requires, or what other state laws that govern the districting process also require, if you have any questions or comments about it, or questions about that. If we kind of go through, go to the first slide. Just to kind of clarify what district elections means, this would be a system where each council member would be required to reside within a specific area of the city, and that only the voters who reside within that area would vote for the member who represents that particular district. This is exactly how we elect members to Congress, the state legislature, the county board of supervisors, and many other elections that on your ballot every year. The California Voting Rights Act, just to note, is really written to require district elections. District elections are the only safe harbor from future litigation under the California Voting Rights Act. If you go to the next slide. Basically, you know, I can touch on this more if you have any questions about it. The California Voting Rights Act does make the litigation process easier. It was written by an attorney in order to do that. And if we go to the next slide, basically, as the city has already covered, this has had an enormous financial impact on cities throughout and other jurisdictions, school districts, for example, throughout the state. If we go to the next slide. In particular, here in Orange County, we see that just 15 years ago, you know, 2010, or give or take, Seal Beach was the only city that used district elections. Today, about 60% of Orange County cities do, and there's another 4 or 5 currently in the process of transitioning or making this change. And I'm happy to talk about any of this background if you have any questions about it. Moving on to the next slide. On the timeline, I think that our city clerk did a great job of just giving us the general overview of the timeline. I will add that if you do not get a map in for a public hearing 3, you still can submit something for public hearing 4. We realize that we only got the kits out this week, so this time is limited before our 3rd public hearing where we're going to present draft maps. If you would like to continue to submit maps for public hearing 4, we're happy to take them. As we go to the next slide, kind of really moving into the meat of my presentation, I do want to clarify a few things with the redistricting criteria, kind of building off of what our city clerk has already started. Because some of these are requirements and some of these have to be taken into consideration in an appropriate order. Our left-hand column are federal laws. These are what the Supreme Court and other federal courts require every jurisdiction in the country that uses districts to comply with. And first and foremost is equal population. To clarify, this is total population according to the 2020 census, so it does include children. It's not just registered voters. We don't have to get perfectly equal populations between districts. we're allowed a maximum difference, or deviation as they sometimes call it, of up to 10% of an ideal district population. So if your district is, 10,000 people, the biggest difference between the smallest and largest districts in your map can be up to about 1,000. Also, this is why we have redistricting. Every 10 years, we are required to reanalyze the plan to make sure it complies with this equal population requirement first and foremost. If it does not, it has to be redrawn. In addition, we do have to consider the Federal Voting Rights Act. Although race cannot be the only factor, or even the predominant factor in the creation of a district, these are what we see about protected class communities that have their voting rights protected under Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. And so we have to see if there are any protected class communities, and whether they need, or how we can best keep them in districts to ensure their representation. In the middle column, we have the Fair Maps Act of 2019. This is a rank-ordered set of criteria. So they're not balanced against each other. They're actually taken into consideration in this order. First, contiguity is the idea that a district must have one outside boundary. You can't have a little bit of two different sections of the city in the same district that are not physically connected to each other. Below that, communities of interest in neighborhoods. The law says for socioeconomic or geographic areas that need to be kept together for the purpose of their fair and effective representation should be put into a single district. And so we'll talk a little bit more about neighborhoods and communities in a second, but in general, these are areas with the shared issues, concerns, problems that we think of as when we talk about the North Shore, the different parts of the city. Easily identifiable boundaries is our third priority in this list, following major roads or other natural or man-made features that help us distinguish our differences between areas that are easy for voters to understand. Fourth, compactness. The law specifically defines compactness as not bypassing one group of people to get to a more distant group of people, aimed first and foremost at things like fingers or hooks, things that look like they're trying to get a particular house or neighborhood. However, they are rank ordered in this order for a reason. If that's the shape of the community, if the community boundary just is odd, we follow the community boundary first before we worry about compactness. And lastly, the Fair Maps Act also prohibits a consideration of political party. Partisanship and registration voting pattern numbers by party cannot be used as a justification for or against a particular map. Let's keep the focus on what local government and the issues that really concern us here. And then finally, our third column, traditional districting principles are principles that the courts have recognized as being valid to consider. They don't rise to the level of a must-do, but if we're looking at two very good maps and we think they do an equally good job according to everything else in the list of criteria, they can be sort of our tiebreakers. For example, future population growth, if we know that there's a new development planned, a big new growth is going to happen in one particular district over the next 10 years, that might be a reason to either divide that area or underpopulate the district containing that neighborhood. Respecting the voters' choices, the principle that the voters of the city have elected a council and that choice of whether council members should continue is up to the voters rather than where a stroke of a pen on the map draws someone into. Again, the first two columns, things we must do. The third column are things that are optional to consider and only after we've considered both state and federal law. If we go to the next slide, kind of to provide just the basic demographics of the city. We have, of course, this presentation on the website, and I encourage you to look at it in more detail. We start with our total population, 64,364 residents. We divide that number by 5 or 4 to get our target population. And that's assuming 4 or 5 districts. So once we know what our target is, that's the number that we're looking to get in each district. Of course, that's not, may not get exactly that number because this is a rounding. This is sort of an approximation. We do want to have some deviation to keep our neighborhoods and communities together and so forth. We also include a lot of other data in here in order to help us understand where what differentiates, what brings neighborhoods together. I always say numbers can't tell the whole story, but they can help us understand some of the differences between different parts of the city. And so we have information here looking at education, employment, renters and owners, single and multifamily housing, household income, age, and of course, race and ethnicity. A lot of these, if we graph them on a map, we will see differences between different parts of the community. For example, there are far more renters west of I-5 than east of I-5. And that's just something that we see because of the differences between different communities. Which one of these factors, though, is important, or which ones correspond to other factors we think are important about our communities? That's really what comes down to our decisions locally. Every jurisdiction I go to, the communities of interest look different.
Justin, just a moment. We have a question here, Councilman.
I have a question relative to that before we lose that topic.
Okay.
You know, the renters and these communities of interest. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are we trying to segregate people into one community, or are we trying to diversify?
I would say that it's neither good nor bad.
Okay.
It's a fact. And whether or not it makes sense for us to use that as something important or not is something that I'm here to listen to.
Yeah.
Because.
But by these standards, is it a good thing to say, okay, all the renters we want in one district and homeowners in another?
I
mean,
that's
what
very-
is the statute looking for us to do?
Well,
To
so the statute-
to integrate them or to separate them?
Well, so I think the real question is that a community of interest that is relevant here in San Clemente? If the renters versus owners reflect something that is a real community of interest, and I'm going to use an example not from San Clemente because I don't want to tell you what, like, oh, you have to do this. I'm working with another city. The high proportion of renters in one part of that city reflects the fact there's a college campus there, and there's a college campus community of interest. And so if you look at that district, it's something like 84, 85% renters because it's a college, it's basically dominated by a university. That's a community of interest for them.
It could also be because of your socioeconomic background. You know, poor people rent. They could be
possibly.
They could be Hispanic. They could be. I mean, in various communities, you will find that.
Mm-hmm.
So, is that something we're trying to achieve, or something we're trying to work against?
Oh, I've also worked with cities where we've looked at a high density of renters and said that is not a community of interest. Because those rental units are all along a major road, sure, but that big street that they're all along, that's a very different community to the north side of the street than it is to the south side of the street. And use the road as the boundary and put the multifamily housing on the north side of the street in with the single-family housing north, and same with south. And so part of our question is, what is that? There's more renters in this particular community. Does that create a community, or is that just something that happens to be a feature of that particular area? I know that's a really complicated way of saying it, but there are certainly times and places where you see like, oh, this looks like a community, but you talk to residents who live there, and they say, no, here's where the right boundary between the community is. And a lot of times that happens when you have, for example, renters that live down by the beach may have a community around the beach. And that's the real community of interest. People who can walk to surf during the day, and deal with all the issues relating to parking and people coming on the weekends and all the other hundreds of issues. Mm-hmm. And if I just say the renters that live in, say the big apartment complexes, kind of, where it's a gated apartment complex, they've got like 500 units, have something in common just because they're renters, that may not be really a community of interest. If they're dealing with different issues or problems as renters.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
It does, yeah.
And that's why I really say the numbers tell part of the story, but they can't tell the whole story. And certainly it'll come down to looking at the differences as people, as you, as residents of the city, understand better than numbers can ever just tell you, on their face. But it is something that we look at.
It
Because
seems
if-
like the debate over the maps, once we get to that point, is kind of where you can't really talk about it until you actually sort of see it playing out and you move the lines and see how that might adjust things.
Right.
When you think about it theoretically, it's like a
Yeah.
never-ending cycle of dot.
Yeah, and of course, sometimes we do see that, like, okay, this area has maybe 60, 70% renters, and there's an adjacent community that's under 10% renters. Maybe that really is a big boundary, and you talk to people, and they're like, oh yeah, that's where this neighborhood begins. And that's really what we're looking for. Those breaks in different, so we see these patterns on the map. Where's the break? Where's the point where it looks very different? And that can be a starting point, but of course, it really then goes down to, does this line actually make sense? Does it actually divide two communities? Or do these two neighboring communities, even though they demographically may look a little different, do they share some kind of interest that brings them together? Working with the city of San Diego, we had the people in the beach saying, well, people start in the beach, that's where they're in college and in their 20s, they go there. And this is a neighborhood they all buy in when they get into their 30s and 40s. And they want to be in the same district, even though they don't look a thing like each other. It made sense, though, to residents who lived in those communities. And that's what we're looking for. I'd say I've heard some of them just from people giving public comment here at the podium. When you have neighborhoods like the North Shore, that's the kind of areas we're looking for as people understand them. And I'm sure we'll see some differences between neighborhoods, but it's not just going to be the numbers telling that story. But if you do go to the next slide, we did look at some of these differences across the city. For our voting rights analysis, our Latino populations, the areas that are in that dark blue are under 25% Latino. The areas that are in kind of the lighter blue are around 25 to 35% Latino. We don't have any pink areas on this map. That would be over 75% Latino. We don't see a specific concentration other than a specific apartment complex near the Los Mores apartments in the Ocean View Plaza area. And we don't see any concentrations of Asian Americans, Native Americans, or any other protected class community for the voting rights analysis. If we do go to the next slide, here's our map of Asian Americans. Again, we see some areas that are in the 25 to 35%, but they're not necessarily clustered around a specific area or point. If we go to the next one, where we do see more differences, we look here at the socioeconomics. On the left, we have the map showing percent of families with a child under 18 at home. And we see that the northeast corner of the city, most families have a child under 18 at home. In fact, over 75% of families do in some areas. In other areas, or under 25% of households have a child at home. The next to it, we have our income map. The areas in pink and yellow, most families are earning over $75,000 a year. The areas that are in blue, most families are earning under $75,000 a year. And so we can see as we move to the beach, move to the south a little bit, the percentage of households earning over $75,000 goes down a little bit. And the last one, I mentioned this earlier, renters and owners. We really see that central area around where all the beach shops and really that beach area is really lights up as being a majority rental neighborhood, whereas a lot of other neighborhoods in the city have more owners rather than renters. And so, like I said, these maps can kind of overlay them together. They tell some stories about where some differences are. Do they correspond to our communities or not? That's a question that we want to pose. If we go to the next slide, and this presentation will be available. We have more measures like that, more maps like that on our interactive web viewer for you to look at as well. This really brings us to the key question about districts. Where are neighborhoods and communities of interest? Our neighborhoods are the smallest units that we really think of when we consider districting, sometimes even down to a single apartment complex or condominium complex, a single homeowners association, a specific plan area, historic plan area, areas that kind of serve as the foundation for building our districts. We really think about them as having a geographic boundary that people know or that we can find out, like a defined specific plan area, like a defined homeowners association. These neighborhoods really then build into, if we go to the next slide, our communities of interest. And when we start putting neighborhoods together to form communities, we really want to think about the shared issues, the shared concerns, the shared problems, the shared need for a single representative to be the contact person or point person on the specific issues in that neighborhood. And so we want to emphasize that this is, again, not just about demographics, but also about those issues that bring areas together. Does neighborhood benefit from having a single representative, a single voice on the council? And so that's going to be really part of our question when we look at actual maps. How well does this map tell the story of the city of San Clemente? If we were to think about 5 areas, or 4 areas, or 7, I don't know how many areas we're going to talk about that later. Does it make sense that this would be the division? Again, if we go to the next slide, that really is kind of undermined by the census. And so part of our work over the last 2 weeks has been to take a look at these big blocks. So mostly they back into the canyons, they back into, the census likes to use roads to define census blocks, which works really well when you have very gridded streets, but doesn't work so well when you have canyons or other natural features. And so part of what we're doing here, and what we have done, is gone through and fixed blocks like this, figured out how many people live in each part of the block, so we can separate them out by our neighborhoods, using maps like our homeowners association, specific plan areas, and so on. And if there are boundaries that we don't have in our maps that we need to have in there, we want you to let us know so that we can work toward getting that. Eventually, hopefully we will work with the census to correct a lot of this in 2030, but for this process, this is the best we were able to do. If we go to the next slide, what this has really led to is the creation of our one-page kit that our city clerk mentioned, that's going out tomorrow. We've divided the city into about 100 different areas with different populations, all the way from some zero population areas that are commercial or industrial, all the way up to some areas that were hard to split that have maybe about 1,000 or so residents. These are just the total population of these areas. What we're hoping people do is just start adding them together until they get to that target population and turn this in. You can even take a picture of it on your phone and email that in. We've seen a lot of people recently also scanning them in and then sending them that way. We will take all of these maps, we'll process them, provide the full demographic spreadsheet with all of those different measures, district by district, so that we can put them all side by side at our third public hearing and compare them. How well do each of them do at the different factors we think should be considered as communities of interest? In addition, all of those maps will be posted on an online viewer. The online viewer will allow you to turn maps on and off and to basically zoom in and out so you can really see that street level detail that you just can't capture in a static PDF. And so that'll be coming as we get the maps posted. If we go to the final slide, what today's discussion also includes, in addition to discussing 4 versus 5, how we're going to elect the mayor, is a discussion of any factors that we should be taking into consideration. Neighborhoods, communities of interest, and other issues that we should think about as we're looking at drawing maps to help the council understand how we see the community. We're also happy to address any questions about the process as well. And so with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion tonight.
All right, question, Mayor Pro Tem LeBlanc.
The map the public map tool that you just mentioned, that's going to be on the city website, correct?
It is on the city website.
And the 100 areas that are broken down, is it possible on that website to draw the lines and have the numbers electronically tabulated?
So this is, because of the work we had to do to get it working in this format, it doesn't automatically count it for you. It's a one-page, it's a PDF.
So of the
you can
100
draw.
items, you have a population for each segment.
Yes.
So if we draw a line, someone draws a line, they have to take the sub-segments within that district
Yeah.
and do the math themselves. There's no calculation automatically built into
There's
your
no
program?
automatic calculation built into that.
Thank you. One last question that I have. Comments have been made about the public having time to respond. In the timeline, do we have time to do a citywide mailer to say this issue's coming up and here's the website, take a look at it and provide us your input? I know we only have, 9 days before the next hearing, so that's tight, but
Well, let's put it this way. Have you seen cities do something like that before?
There are certainly cities that have sent out citywide mailers. But I'll let the city address whether or not it's feasible here.
I guess at the proper time, I'd just like to ask staff and my colleagues if we want to do that, if we want to consider that, and is it possible to do within the timeframe? I don't know that I need an answer on that now, but.
Okay. I mean, is that something that we're familiar with, city clerk, in terms of sending out a citywide mailer for some
So-
other type of item?
What we have done in the past, and it might work in this case, is send out a flyer with our utility bills. I'll have to check tomorrow morning the timing on when those bills go out, but I could certainly look into that first thing tomorrow. But
Right, that would save money, yes.
we have a flyer created. We can also look into, the clerk's office has not done a citywide mailing, so I'd have to look into the process of it, but I'm sure it's feasible.
It's 9 days we have to get this delivered, though?
Well, the map,
The problem is the maps have to be posted 7 days in advance of our next hearing. And that's true of public hearing 4 as well.
What I was thinking was just for notification, maybe not a map or a quasi-final map, but just this process is going on, you need to weigh in, here's the time frame, and here's how you do it.
Here's the website or something.
Exactly.
Even if they don't participate in the first round of maps, they would still have time to participate. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Justin here? I just have a quick one. We've heard, there's been some suggestion about ranked choice voting as an option. You sort of touched on it when talking about what was permissible for the safe harbor provisions. Is ranked choice voting something we should consider as it pertains to the legal claim under the CVRA?
So I think the challenge is ranked choice and other voting systems, first of all, don't actually provide a safe harbor. Only district elections provide a safe harbor under the California Voting Rights Act. But secondly, the city of Mission Viejo tried that in 2019 to get them for the 2020 election. The registrar here in Orange County unequivocally told them they could not do that. It was not feasible at that time. The law, in theory, permits it, and in fact, our new Supreme Court ruling says something about it. It's not clear what that means for the counties at this point. The law, though, the safe harbor only kicks in if you have district elections.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Grubel.
So essentially, the Orange County would have to have the mechanism, the software to count votes the way you do in rank order, and they don't.
Orange County would have to have that system. They would have to have the Secretary of State's office verify it as a system that they could use.
Okay.
And probably have to get the legislature involved somehow.
I've also heard you have to be a charter city or have a charter.
The only cities in California that use ranked choice voting right now are charter cities that pay for their own elections entirely, including the machines and running administration of their own elections, polling places and all of that.
Okay.
Another question.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a minimum number of seats that we have to have, or a maximum? What's the range in there? Could we say like one mayor and 2 city councilmen? Is that enough, council persons? Or could we say 7?
General law cities
9?
in the government code can have between 5 and 9 members, voting members of a board. One of those voting members can be a mayor that's elected at large. So our options are 4 plus 1, 4 districts plus a mayor, 5 districts, 6 plus 1, 7 districts, 8 plus 1, or 9 districts. Now, the only cities I know that use 9 districts are cities that are charter cities like San Diego.
All right, one more question. Is there, when we create these districts and people will run in their districts, is there any requirement, I mean, they have to live there, is there any requirement as to how long they have to live there? Could we impose some kind of condition, or is that just separate and apart from this whole process?
I don't know whether the city could impose one separately or not. The residence requirements would be the exact same to run for citywide office today, but applied to the individual district instead of citywide.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem Nova.
Quick question. I don't know that this applies directly to this issue before us, but it's related. The city of Huntington Beach is looking at conducting their own elections, counting their own ballots, having in-person elections. They're a charter city. To your knowledge, is this something that could be incorporated at all in this process?
So to do that, you would have to become a charter city, I believe. And that would require going through the process of doing that.
Okay. So it's a requirement to be a charter city.
Charter cities have basically a lot of cities are only charter because they want differences in their elections. But you have to be a charter city in order to vary from what the government code allows cities to do.
Yeah, and I asked that because you mentioned that the county registrar of voters wouldn't do rank choice voting, because they said I guess the mechanics aren't in place to accomplish that. And would it be the same if the city, even though we're not charter, were to discuss issues like that? Would the registrar of voters have, under state law, preemption on how we conduct our local elections?
So, I mean, there certainly are there is at least one small charter city, the city of Albany, that conducts its own elections under ranked choice voting.
We're not charter. I was going out of the charter concept, just to say a general law city.
I
we sort of controlled by the registrar of voters and the protocol?
I believe general law cities are required to consolidate unless they can show something like, I mean, I think this was a completely different strain of state laws, but I think by and large, general law cities are required to consolidate. That's my understanding.
Madam City Attorney, you don't have any different opinion on that?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay, thank you.
One more.
Councilor
question. Yeah. At our last meeting, there was one city, Santa Monica, that had prevailed in this litigation. That's now been I think the Court of Appeals went to Supreme Court. They've now lost. So has there been any cities that have won this litigation?
Well, the Supreme Court ruling was a great non-answer to whether or not Santa Monica has won their case or not. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court ruling has actually created more confusion than existed beforehand, because they rested their decision on this idea that you have to show vote dilution, which is not what the standard was beforehand. It was just showing racially polarized voting. But the Supreme Court now asking for showing of vote dilution, and what that means, they've left to the lower courts to decide. So they sent it back down to the Court of Appeals to hold another hearing on whether or not Santa Monica has not had racially polarized voting, that's no longer the issue, has vote dilution.
That's a lower standard than
theoretically. The question is, are they going to adopt the federal standard for vote dilution, which requires showing that a specific group must constitute a majority of a particular district, or of a voting group within that would win an election? Or are they going to try to come up and try to argue something completely different? Essentially, what I'm saying is that there's another year or so of litigation before we have an answer to what the next question.
Isn't there a separate state standard for vote dilution?
Well, the court ruling also said that clearly the state did not intend to be as stringent as the federal standard when it came to racially polarized voting. Will they hold that up for vote dilution? This is an open question.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for step before we hear public comment? Okay. All right. Thank you, Justin. And how many comments, City Clerk?
We have 8 cards.
Okay.
Amanda Q, is Amanda here?
No, you can pull mine and her.
Okay. Petty Van Rickum, followed by Bruce Jameson, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Council, my name is Patty Van Riekum. I'm a 30-year resident of San Clemente, and I'm here to address the issue of district elections versus at-large elections. And I don't have anything against district elections, and the presentation by NOC was excellent. My figures actually are almost the same as his, but I'm here to offer you an alternative, okay? So there's many positive benefits to district elections. Among them, of course, better representation for the residents and less cost and time for the candidates. So that's, however, if you do change to districts, is what you're planning to do, that won't solve the problem that the plaintiff brought up. The plaintiff is a Latino, and he wants to have this great district so that he can have a candidate for election. And that's what I'm addressing. The fact is that this district plan will not meet his needs. Now, whether that's going to be a problem legally for you or not, I don't know, but I'm here to offer you an alternative. So the figures that are on slide 8 from NOC were correct as far as the population, the number of potential voters, the percentage of Latinos, and the citizen voting age population for Latinos, which is a little under 12%. But if you look at that chart of a number, I think it's slide number 8, and if we sit and look at that carefully, you'll see that they'll never have a Latino candidate elected in any, whether you have 4 or 5 districts. So if that's okay with the plaintiff, then that's fine. But if he's insisting that you come up with districts so he can be elected, then there's an issue there. So that's what I'm trying to address for you. And so I know you talked about ranked choice voting, and I know quite a bit about that, and I can tell you that the equipment that the Orange County Registrar of Voters is using is under review for ranked choice voting. Redondo Beach, which did go with charter and ranked choice voting, is waiting for the equipment approval. It's at the state level. We expect to have that on the first of the year. So you could do a charter with Orange County very soon, in a few months. But the fact is that, as I said, the winner-take-all districts that you're planning will not meet what the desire of that plaintiff. However, there is a choice for you, and I'd like to tell you about, and it's called proportional ranked choice voting, and it would allow electoral minorities, including Latinos, a much fairer opportunity of electing a candidate to city council. And if the plaintiff would approve this method, then you don't have to become a charter. It's part of the settlement agreement, and you can go forward with that. So you wouldn't have to do districts. You would do this, and it would be part of the settlement agreement. So I don't really have a time tonight to explain to you what that is, and I'm running out of time anyway. But if you would like to have an expert present to you what proportional would do for you, I'll be happy to put you in contact with that person.
Thank you, Betty. Appreciate it. Okay.
Bruce Jameson, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Hello, my name is Bruce Jameson. I've been a homeowner in San Clemente for 19 years. And thank you, Mayor Duncan and City Council members for letting the community have input into what these future districts are going to look like. I think it's very important that socioeconomic background is taken into consideration when drawing the lines of the district. For instance, especially in South San Clemente, where you have the very expensive beachside houses, and then you have the very expensive hillside houses overlooking the ocean, and then in the middle you have the multifamily residents and smaller houses that are not as valuable. And I think that the people along the I-5 corridor should have their own district, And then instead of having the districts going from south to north, maybe the districts should be from west to east, and dividing it that way so that the members of the lower income and higher densely populated areas have their own district. And I'll be looking forward to working on a map and encouraging my fellow friends and residents to do the same. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Wayne Eggleston, there you are, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Oh, boy.
I heard that.
Darn it.
We've only got 2 minutes left, Wayne. Before I get to my presentation, I want to mention something that, Vic, what you said. You may have inferred that renters are more poor people. However, in many areas west of the 5, rents go anywhere between $4,000 and $7,000 a month. These are not poor people. So I just wanted to mention that. Apparently, we are going to have district elections. And by the way, I disagree with the last the speaker before that they are more representational, because with district elections, you can only vote for 1. Now we can vote for 5. Should we have 5 districts or 4 districts? With 4 districts, there would be an elected mayor. Should we have a rotating mayor or a mayor elected every 2 to 4 years? District elections will be complicated enough for voters. Let's keep it simple. I can guarantee you that when the elections come up, voters will still be very confused. They'll go to the ballot box thinking, in fact, they can vote for more than 1, and that's not going to be the case. They can only vote for 1. So let's keep it simple. What are the advantages in keeping the rotating mayor as we currently have? Each council member has the opportunity, each of you has the opportunity of being a mayor. We have a professional and experienced city manager who manages the staff now. A new mayor is chosen each year by the city council, which is refreshing in itself, with a rotating mayor. So what if we have an elected mayor every 2 to 4 years? What happens when a sitting district council member, or even a current council member in his or her term, decides to run for mayor midway in their term and wins the mayor's race? That leaves an empty seat in that district. Do we have a new costly election to replace them, or does the council appoint someone to fill their term, which is not good representational government, as it does not give voters a choice? 4 districts within an elected mayor is good for larger cities, but for a city of our size, it is confusing and messy. It gives too much power to one person for a city of this size. It very much diminishes your role and effectiveness as a council member by having an elected mayor. District elections themselves will be confusing enough. Let's keep it simple and give each of you the opportunity to become a rotating mayor and not lessen your role as either council member or mayor. Simplicity is the best representational government. The whole concept here is let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. It's going to be confusing enough to the voters out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Donna Vadreen.
Mayor Duncan and council members, it is important for council transparency from each council member in each public forum to talk about their input into this process, how they reached their conclusion, and why they voted on each aspect that comes before council for a decision and vote. It will build community trust and support for a successful transition to district voting, transparency from each council member. Part of the districting process includes the decision whether to have 4 districts with an elected mayor or to have 5 districts with a council selecting rotating mayor. The districting process goes smoother once this decision is made, which is non-binding, because San Clemente can focus on how to draw and select the best 4 or 5 district maps. State law specifies that a district should share common social and economic interests, including neighborhood activities, school attendance, parks, and election concerns, with the purpose of effective and fair representation. Shared demographic characteristics include similar levels of income, education, languages spoken at home, and single-family and multi-family housing units. No district should be drawn with race as the predominant factor. Each district should be drawn with a nearly equal population. District boundaries should be easily identifiable and understandable to San Clemente voters and residents. The purpose and focus of creating a district should be effective and fair representation. My ask is that this council tonight determine whether to change to 4 districts with an elected mayor or 5 districts with a council-selected rotating mayor, and give direction to our professional consultant to draw draft maps before the next public hearing with either 4 or 5 districts. Thank you. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident, homeowner, and voter.
And that's the final public comment. Oh, I see Tim Brown.
You know, I wasn't going to say anything. The only thing I would say on this question is the voters had a pretty resounding say on this question. Obviously, the circumstances are different, and legally, it's a bit of a no-win scenario. I will say that as a part of that voter will, I think there was also a vote for the status quo in terms of how we were represented in terms of 5 council members. And so I think for the purposes of the district, if we're contemplating the districts and other items, it wasn't that long ago, and it was a resounding victory. I would say that to stay in the same spirit of that would be to not change it up too much. I think there's opportunities to do that as not only as our community grows, as things progress. There are opportunities to revisit our structure at any given point. Nothing's set in stone. The one question I would love to ask staff after my comments are concluded also is, if there is a change in legal status, if there is a Supreme Court victory, do we have the opportunity to go back to what we had? Is that also possible? I'd be curious to know that. Anyway, the only thing I wanted to say was it felt as if the voters had a say. The voters wanted to stay with what they'd had for a very long time, and so I'd hate to see some massive change in terms of strong mayor, and I've seen a lot of different communities take this on. It feels like for community our size, we're pretty well sized in terms of representation, council members, and also the rotating mayor position. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. All right. That's our last comment.
That's our final speaker.
All right. So then, before I close the public hearing,
Are we allowed to ask our consultant?
well, I want to ask. Yeah, I want to make sure we ask all the questions before we start our deliberations. So yes, if you have another question, let's do that now.
Only of our consultant.
Yeah.
One quick question. The comments, during the comments, it was stated that something about our obligation to obtain plaintiff's approval of our maps. That's not my understanding. Is that the case?
That's correct. So let me explain, because state law is actually a little complicated here. By agreeing to make the transition, it's not technically a settlement agreement between you and the plaintiff. This is a demand letter, and the city is taking a remedial action, and it's doing it of its own accord. So it maintains control over the process.
So this process will be done by this council exclusively. I just want to clarify that to make sure I wasn't
Correct.
misunderstanding.
And, sorry.
Thank you.
Well, and just to follow up though, if the plaintiff, the putative plaintiff, person who wrote the demand letter, indicated that they would withdraw the letter if we did something else, right? Then we could do that, but we could get a demand letter from, I guess, somebody else the next day.
True, and if you have district elections, you're in a safe harbor, so you can't get a demand letter. And But, and so there's a lot of legal situations, but essentially, I want to really emphasize that the council maintains control over this whole process, including the final map drawn, and that if the law were to change in the future, that it would still reside within the council's hands because it is not a settlement agreement.
Right, okay, so to the point that previously made, if the law changed, the CVRA changed, you could theoretically go back, and it provided that you didn't have to have district elections, maybe based on city size or something, let's just say, we could go back to at-large if the law provided.
Because there's no settlement, yeah.
Okay, okay, if there was a settlement, we'd be bound by whatever the
Settlement,
settlement. Okay. All right, any other questions of staff before I close the public hearing, we start deliberations? Sure, yes, city manager.
I think that there's some discussion about when the plaintiff gets involved. That happens if we get outside the safe harbor. And the court then can engage the plaintiff to help us draw our maps. I just want to make sure we understand that that could happen if we fall outside the safe harbor.
Yeah, I think maybe this line of reasoning comes from other situations where plaintiffs have gone away or haven't even approached a city because the city has done something else perhaps. That means that particular putative plaintiff or, potential demander didn't pursue it, and that doesn't mean that they're safe from a future demand letter from somebody else, right? That requires what the law requires.
Correct, and it's actually, if you've received any demand letter at any point, you're no longer within that safe harbor period.
Okay.
Anymore, if you didn't change within the 90 days.
If we
or
didn't,
40
okay.
days. Within the 135, 90 plus 45, my math is bad.
Okay, so if we don't comply within this 90 days, then we're outside the safe harbor no matter what we do after that, I guess.
Right, a different plaintiff could come along and say, well, you got a demand letter and you didn't do it, so that can open you up.
Okay, what we're talking about here is greater liability in terms of money, if we ever did want to settle it after that.
Right.
Okay. All right, okay, again, any other questions? We want to start, okay, close it and then we can start deliberations, city attorney, okay. Close the public hearing. Okay, who wants to start it off?
Well, I'll start.
Okay, great.
That way all my fellows here can have the more last word than I have. And I've spoken to a lot of people, and I want to echo on Wayne and Tim's assumption that the vote they had a few years ago, it did say that people wanted 5 districts or 5 council people and not districts, but it also said that they wanted to be able to vote for as many people as they possibly could, obviously, and wanted to vote every 2 years. I could make that assumption. So my feeling is to go to 4 districts and an elected mayor. And what that does, if we just go to 5 districts, people vote every 4 years. And with the apathy we already have in the city, I think it's going to add to it. There's not going to be any excitement, and it's just, I see low turnouts. If we do it with 4 districts and an elected mayor, everybody is voting every 2 years, and everybody has a say in at least 2 people instead of 1. So you're doubling the amount of people that you can vote for who's going to represent you. So that's, and I would say also have the elected mayor every 2 years. And that would ensure that everybody is voting 2 years for at least 2 people that are going to represent you. And that's it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, okay, so following up on that point.
You're saying every city council position is 2 years?
No. Speak into the
No,
mic.
I'm sorry, no. Every city council person, 4 districts for a 4-year term, staggered 2 and 3 every 2 years. The elected mayor.
2 and 2, I guess it would be.
2 and 2, I'm sorry, 2 and 2, and the elected mayor every 2 years.
Okay.
My thoughts on this are that we should not have a mayor, an independently elected mayor. For a little under 100 years, this city's operated with 5 council members. We have a city manager form of government. The governance of this town, other than the policymaking function, is done by our city manager and the department heads. The mayor has no additional authority beyond chairing the meeting to make sure we conduct ourselves in a civil and orderly fashion, and also coordinating with the city manager on agendizing items.
And that would not change?
That would not change, obviously. I think as has been stated, the voters of this town sort of voted for the status quo. I think the perception of a mayor having greater authority is one that I would like to avoid, if possible. In cities that are governed by the mayor mayor title has some real significant governance power and gravitas. In our situation, the mayor doesn't, and I mean, other than being 20% of the vote, and also it gives an opportunity for everyone that's been elected by the citizens of this community, an opportunity to be mayor. And even though you've been elected, you may never be mayor. But it gives everyone an opportunity, which I think is important. So I like the concept of keeping this simple. If we stay the way we've always been and elect by district, the individual council members can rotate the chair or the mayor. And I just don't see a need to appoint someone for that purpose. I've heard comments that it gives you more people to vote for. You'll have more opportunities to vote. But unfortunately, we're stuck with districts, and the people that live in that district will have an opportunity to vote for their representative. So those are my thoughts. So I would not support the concept of a mayor. I do support 5 district elections.
Councilmember Enmeyer, any thoughts?
I'm going to agree more with Councilmember Loeffler here. I believe the opportunity to vote for more opportunities to vote for more people, I think increases our democratic footprint. In terms of voting for a mayor, I think for the last 100 years, it has been a good process, but over the last decade or so, I don't know, something has changed with it. And I think it's time to give all of our citizens a say in who our mayor should be. Not that that mayor would have any extra authority, but that mayor is still the face of our city. And I think the citizens should have an opportunity to say who the face of our city should be.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabral, anything else?
No, I guess I would agree with Rick and Mark that, the status quo and the best, and one of the simplest way, I mean, we have, let me just put it this way, I agree with the elected mayor on 4 city council positions, and I think, that gives everybody an opportunity to weigh in. As my colleague has said, the mayor will not have any more power than anyone else, as he's said repeatedly, and that will continue to be the case. They will just have to run a separate election.
And do you agree that every 2 years versus 4 years?
I agree with the 2 years, yeah.
Okay.
I think that gives...
Yeah, I'm in agreement on 2 years as well. I would even... I don't know if this is outside of the bounds right now, but I would say 2 years with a 2-term limit for mayor, but that might be a future discussion.
I kind of, one thing also, if you go 5 districts, 5 different council members, let's say you call your council member in your district and you complain about something, and that council person doesn't react. Well, at least you have another person you can call. Okay, you're not going to contact me, you're not going to answer our email, I'm going to call the mayor. And it gives you another representative also, not just one.
City Attorney, technical question. If we want to ask questions of you, do we have to open the public hearing again for that? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noblock.
Question to the city attorney. How would our current term limit handle having a 2-year election for mayor? Would that term limit be applied to elected?
The current one is that you can serve 2 4-year terms.
Right.
So
if we have a mayor, how would the term limits affect?
So right before the introduction, so at the next public hearing, I would recommend you give feedback to staff regarding the ordinance that would be brought back. And if you were leaning towards doing a 2-year term for the mayor, I would suggest modifying the term limit ordinance to at least have it address the 2-year term, because the mayor is correct. Right now, the term limit only addresses 4-year terms, which is what we have right now. So it would be silent essentially.
So if we had a 4-year mayor, it would be unaffected. If we had a 2-year mayor, then we'd have to decide whether we allow 2 terms, 3 terms, 4 years, 4 terms, or unlimited terms.
Correct.
And we
Okay.
could wait to address that potentially to another meeting.
I would suggest you make that decision at least by the next
Okay.
meeting. You don't have to make that tonight.
Okay.
But to give direction to staff on how to prepare the ordinance, yes.
All right, so it looks like we have consensus. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve having a 4-district city with a.
I hate to interrupt you.
Yes, please, please.
But this is non-binding direction to the consultant because you won't be actually making the decision until you adopt the ordinance. So I would
Okay.
recommend that you.
So do we have to make a motion, or do we make a consensus?
You can do it by motion or consensus. I'm just saying that it would be more appropriate to say to direct staff and the consultant versus making the
Because they have to come
decision.
back with maps and an ordinance
Because-
that codifies what we're doing.
Correct. You can't actually make a binding decision on that tonight because it has to be done by the ordinance.
Okay, then I can probably give, I think, the consensus, and maybe not need to do this. It sounds like we have consensus to do the 4 districts with a directly elected mayor that has the same authority as the other council members, that the mayor be elected every 2 years, and.
That doesn't even have to be decided, because it's just for purposes.
Yeah, just for the maps. So we can leave and that was gonna be my next thing, we can leave other decisions about when we start that and term limits for later.
Yes, that's sufficient direction for then the next time to discuss potential sequencing.
Okay, all right. Then, I think we have direction. Does that sound
Sounds like
right?
it.
Okay, all right. So do we need to make any decisions here? No, we just provide direction. Okay. City Clerk, I think we've moved on from that.
Moving on to item 8B, introduction, first reading of zoning amendment 22-366, an ordinance related to the zoning permit streamlining.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Christopher Wright, Associate Planner, Project Planner for this item. This is an ordinance that the City Council had initiated in which there was, mic's on? Yeah, there was interest in streamlining some aspects of the zoning permit process. And there was a list of ideas that was presented to the council with support given to staff to start that project. So that was done late summer 2022, and since then we've had 5 planning commission meetings, and the result is the ordinance before you tonight. There's 3 buckets, 3 types of zoning amendments that are proposed in this ordinance. The first is to clarify and update certain aspects of our zoning ordinance to describe our review process and to make it accurate and reflect the other amendments that are proposed. The second is to consolidate some applications to simplify the process. So there's 10 applications that would be combined into 4. And then the last is to streamline some aspects. So that would be to change the level of review for certain types of projects, or to make some rule changes to simplify. And then the last aspect of this presentation will be to give you our recommendations. So the first bucket is to clarify, and that's we have added some language in here that gives you levels, the different levels in the city in which decisions are made, so that the public could go to the code and understand easier what the review process involves and those milestones involved. And then there's tables like the one before you here where it lists the different types of decisions that are made. And we would update that there's some items that were missing or updating that to be clearer, as well as adding language to help people understand again what those levels are. The next bucket is to consolidate, like I said, 10 applications into 4. And really what that's about is on some of these applications we have, there's overlap. So the type of findings that the city must make to approve an application, the findings could be similar, and so that there's opportunity to group those applications. It doesn't change what's being reviewed. It's just changing the name of the permit and reducing the number of applications so that, say, instead of 3 applications to get a project approved, you need 1, but you're still having to meet the same criteria to get the project approved. What that does for you is it reduces the amount of writing staff has to make, and that saves time to free up on other projects. It also makes things simpler to communicate to the public. So instead of them trying to navigate a bunch of different types of applications that they would need, if the applications are more intuitive and simple, it's easier for them to figure it out and for staff to communicate it to the public. Here is an example on this slide where there's 4 different types of applications, and a project can require a combination of these. So like a site plan permit and a cultural heritage permit for a development near a historic building. These 4 applications would be combined into a cultural heritage permit application. And instead of having all these different levels of permits, there would be a table, and someone would be able to go to that table and see what project that they want to request approval for, and it would say what decision level that they would need to get in order to get approval. The next item is to streamline. The intent here is to streamline items that are not controversial based on experience and just observing the type of decisions over time. And there's an effort here to only propose items that maintain and enhance quality of life. So there's types of projects where there could be question on whether people in a room would agree it's minor. We didn't propose that. The idea here is also that if a particular project that maybe normally something is not of great concern, there may be one specific project that might be, then there's the option to bump it up to a higher level. So in this ordinance, for example, the city planner would be able to bump up a decision up to the planning commission if there's reason to believe that it's going to need more review. And then the last item on this slide is the administrative permits. We have an administrative permitting process for more minor items. And to meet state law, the goal here is to make our permit process more objective, because staff can turn over, and we want to make sure it's very clear what staff can approve and whether it's satisfactory to be approved. So there's a number of standards that have been put in here and more defined categories of what staff would have the authority to approve versus more ambiguous, broad categories that give staff more discretion to make decisions. So that's this item. Here's an example where on the right, there's 3 different colors of lots. The red is a historic, those mean historic lots, where there's a historic structure. The green are lots that adjoin the historic properties. And then the blue are across the street. So in this example, if you have the red shaded lot, it's a historic building, and then you have the blue outline lot with the blue arrow, it's across the street, and you want to develop a single-family home or a duplex. Currently, you have to go to the Planning Commission for approvals. Under the ordinance, you would be able to go to the zoning administrator. So it's still a public hearing type decision. That's one example. The Planning Commission had 5 hearings. There is.
Quick question, Chris.
Yes.
So, and going to the zoning administrator is what is it, faster, less cumbersome? What's the streamlining advantage there versus planning commission?
Yes, several things. First, the cost is lower. The time, the city council expects staff to process a planning commission decision from the date that it's complete application to hearing in 14 weeks. For a zoning administrator, it's 6 weeks, so it's supposed to be a faster process.
Okay.
Also, the amount of staff time that goes into a lower level hearing it's less, the cost is less. So that would free up time to work on other applications.
And the trade-off is you don't get the full sort of planning commission input, but again, we're talking about things that are more minor.
Correct. So to go back to this example, you have lots that are separated like 90 feet, right? Because you have the road and you have the setbacks. And the idea is that the massing type of issues that you would have with the project are going to be much less concerning.
Okay. Yeah.
I just have a point I wanted to raise with you. That is, I didn't get my briefing on this because of the time constraints of the that was put on, so that's why I was late for a couple of meetings.
Okay.
I probably have about 15 minutes on a project that's taken 2 years to develop, and there is absolutely no way, unless we spend until 2 o'clock in the morning, that we're going to get through all my questions.
Okay.
So I wanted to bring that to your attention, because I don't mind starting this process, but I don't think there's any way I'll be able to vote on this tonight and get my the questions to my answers. I think it's a complicated. There's some complicated matters. I have questions probably about most of these issues and most of the red lines, but I don't know how much time we have or what you're looking at in terms of how much time we're going to spend on this and whether or not we're even going to vote on this tonight.
Okay, well, let's go through the process and see if other council members have similar concerns. But I guess maybe city attorney or city clerk, can we put over this public hearing if we needed to, or what would be the process there?
We can continue the public hearing, yes.
We can continue it. Would we still go through the process now, or would we make that decision earlier rather than later?
You would make that decision now, whether or not to continue, right? Are you fine with that, city attorney?
You
We
can
don't have
do
any
it-
speakers.
You can do it either way. You can continue, or you can decide later to continue,
Okay.
but you would want to continue to a date certain.
If we finish this presentation now, would we have to do the presentation again if we continued at a later date?
We didn't have to do it in the first place, but
Right, you can, that's at your pleasure.
Okay.
Staff report is always, it's in writing. You get to hear it orally at your discretion. You could choose to
Right.
not hear it.
And do we have comments now?
We do have one comment now.
Okay. So we're going to hear the comments no matter what.
let's finish the presentation and
And then we'll
your comments. And if
your
you
comments,
want
make a decision there.
to
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
postpone it, vote later.
All right.
I don't have much more.
What's that?
I don't have much more, yeah. So there's 5 planning commission hearings. There was a detailed review of the issues. We looked at the draft, and we did receive a number of comments, and we updated the draft accordingly. The discourse informed what you have before you. There were public comments. The planning commission carefully considered those, and then we adjusted. So, for example, there were items that evolved through those discussions. This slide summarizes the recommendations. First is to introduce the ordinance, and then to adopt a resolution to update the fee schedule. That's not within the Planning Commission's purview, so that's why it's just a staff recommendation. There's 2 additional items that the Planning Commission had recommended that staff does not recommend. The first is to designate the Planning Commission as the appeal body for the zoning administrator decisions. And then the second is to reduce the appeals fee for discretionary review of zoning permits, not administrative hearings. Okay, so to reduce the fee to $100 from about $1,450 for an applicant and $630 for a member of the public. Those are both of the Planning Commission recommendations. I'll explain why we don't recommend those. First, if you have the planning commission be able to call up zoning administrator decisions, that means they could have up to 60 days to consider an appeal. And then after their appeal, then the city council would have the right to call up that decision. So you could add up to 60 days to the appeal process. And in staff's opinion, that is counter to what the intent of the direction we got from council.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
At this time, how many appeals do you have a month?
We don't get many. No, I can't remember. I think we had one appeal of a zoning application this year. Does that sound right?
So we're saving 60, you're taking out of the planning commission's hands to look at this to save 60 days on one appeal a year?
No, currently the planning commission cannot appeal a lower level decision. Only the city council can. The planning commission is asking the city council to grant them authority to now be able to appeal lower level decisions.
It's not taking anything away from the planning commission, it's deciding whether to give them some more responsibility or just keep it status quo. Yeah. They're already not involved.
Right. Okay, also, how many appeals are made to the zoning administrator a year?
Over the past 5 years, I think we can count on one hand how many appeals of zoning permits have been filed.
Okay.
The last item is really related to, and it's like any fee that the city approves, it's balancing the cost associated with providing a service and the expenses associated with it relative to how much you charge the customer, right, the member of the public. So a lot of our applications are quite subsidized, and this fee was, according to our research, was adopted in 2008, and there's a consumer price index that adjusts the fee. So this fee hasn't been changed recently. We expect that it's subsidized. It doesn't reflect the true cost because you have staff report to write, the presentation, the notification materials, and research to give the city council a report on whether the city should support an appeal or not. So we recommend keeping the fee as is. In conclusion, staff understands this is a lot of information, and we are here to answer questions. You know, if the city council needs more time, then the item can be continued as was mentioned, and to ensure all issues are addressed. So that concludes my presentation.
Following up on before, what was the planning commission logic in terms of wanting to be the appellate body?
They thought that by streamlining some items, they had concern that that could diminish the city's ability to maintain the same level of decision-making. And so that this would provide an added level of security that decisions are made appropriately. Staff does not.
Well, we've got the.
Yeah, they're going to talk,
chair
I'm
of
sure.
the-
Well, I just wanted to hear our staff's understanding
Oh,
of what they're, does anyone have any other questions of staff before we hear the?
I have probably 1,000.
Okay, so
I have a simple one.
not you, because we know where you stand. Mayor Pro Tem.
Quick question, the consolidation of the applications, what's the impact on the fees for that? Do I have to go to Schedule 8 and calculate, or what's the general overall impact of having these consolidated applications?
The consolidation doesn't change the fees. We're just updating the name of the fees.
So they still pay the regular fees?
Same fees.
Process the same fees, less paperwork?
There's only.
Less time?
Correct, because we're still reviewing the same, yeah, but there's one exception, and that is currently for a special activities permit that staff reviews, there's no fee, but we have expenses. We would be changing that to a temporary use permit that has, I think it's like a $90-something fee. So you would now need to pay the $90-something fee.
Okay, thank you.
Just to reiterate, you said somebody's going to, Mr. Cosgrove is here as a citizen, he doesn't have a card in.
Not a card had been submitted.
Well, I don't think Mr. Cosgrove submitted
not
a
by
card.
Cameron.
Oh,
Cosgrove.
I thought we had a public hearing.
But we have two cards, just not.
Oh, okay, that's what I was talking
Yes.
about.
Well, I mean, we have the chair of the
Yeah.
planning commission here. I would just like to hear what he has to say as far as what the thought process was, why. I mean, I believe staff.
Well, I don't know that we're going to get to vote on this substantively anyway, so Cameron hasn't put in a card. So let's do this first. Let's hear the public comments, and then let's decide whether we're going to make any substantive decisions on this. Now, I tend to think if one of my fellow council members isn't ready to, because of not his doing, but natural constraints, then we probably should put it over until we all have a chance, so. But we should hear the public comments.
Okay, Mark McGuire, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this, and I agree. It seems like it makes sense to spend some time and make sure you understand these changes before you vote on them. But I'm here to just talk about one specific thing that came up on a project that I worked on, which is it's an assisted living memory care facility that's under construction on Frontera, and the question just came up recently. They want to serve wine and beer and even mixed drinks at their meals. Everyone eats at the same place. And sometimes you have family members that also join you and you have a bottle of wine or something. The question came up, do you need a permit for that? And I, to be honest, did not know the answer. It's not clear whether or not you need that, but in talking to staff, Jonathan Lightfoot in particular, he said, hey, by the way, there's a streamlining program, and part of that was that restaurants serving food may get a more streamlined process for alcohol permits, at least beer and wine. And this seems to fit within that same category. So if permits are required, it may be just a gap. It's not clear in the current code whether a permit is required to serve alcohol at an assisted living facility. It would seem to make sense that it would fit within an opportunity for streamlining, because I don't think that there's going to be a lot of controversy about allowing people that eat all of their meals at their residence, which is a combined, it's a quasi-commercial, quasi-residential sort of use, whether or not it would be a problem to streamline the process. So I'm just bringing that to the table as you're doing this streamlining exercise. If it makes sense to include it, assuming for the moment that it is required, and I'll try to get to the bottom with city staff whether or not, because of the type of use that it is, it's exempt altogether. But if it is required, I think it would be a good opportunity to streamline that. The only other thing I would say is the streamlining, if you think there's merit to that streamlining, right now it's just for beer and wine for restaurants. I can tell you that most restaurants do want to serve mixed drinks too. Sometimes they take a while to get that permit. So if you're really trying to streamline that restaurant process, you would exempt that as well. But that's just, I don't know if you want to do that or not, but if you're going to try it for streamlining, you would probably include the mixed drinks as well. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Wayne Eggleston.
Time's up. Thank you for your comments.
First off, I'd like to thank Christopher for all the hard work that he did on this. This is a laborious project. These are big changes, folks, and you really need to hear from the chairman of the Planning Commission on a lot of these issues. I have two issues. Number one, a lot more issues are going to be coming before the zoning administrator. Quite frankly, there's not a lot of input when issues come before the zoning administrator, which means that, in fact, if someone wishes to appeal the zoning administrator, they have to pay a fee. This is if a taxpayer wishes to appeal, they have to pay a fee. That's unconscionable. That should not be here in our city, quite frankly. Number two, Another issue, after I got off the city council and the planning commission, I was in City Hall one day and found out that in fact there was an in-concept approval for a coastal project in Trafalgar Canyon. There was no notification. There was no public hearing. It was done by a planner, just a planner, without any other review. This went then to the Coastal Commission for approval. When I found out about this, I contacted people on both sides of my canyon. We hired an attorney, and 30 of us went to San Diego to the Coastal Commission to oppose this development. The Coastal Commission voted 12-0 to send it back to the city. It's coming back to Coastal without coming back to the city because the applicant sued the Coastal Commission. The judge ruled on procedural grounds only, not on the merits of the development. So it's coming back to the Coastal Commission. I'm just asking you for in-concept approval for coastal, for large projects or complex projects, that this is not approved by a planner. It needs to be approved on a higher level. What happened was very difficult for our canyon. It is in a coastal canyon. That has been determined by a number of authorities, including the Coastal Commission. So I'm asking that this is not approved simply by a planner. It needs to be approved on a higher level for complex issues or development issues that are, and this was supposed to be a 7,000 square foot home. Thank you.
Thank you. The only comments? All right, so at this time, I think it's appropriate to discuss, well, let's see, should I close the public hearing first before we say, okay. Making sure we have no more questions of staff. Okay, so close the public hearing. I think it's appropriate to discuss whether we want to put this over for a future meeting, when that meeting might be, and probably also give staff some direction if we'd like to see them incorporate any other ideas into what we'd like to see coming back.
Yeah, this is really important, and I think I'd like Victor to feel comfortable with the questions that he wants to ask. I think maybe once he reads this, questions will go down from 200 to maybe 100 questions, probably, that some will be answered there.
There's a lot of sticky notes on
These
that.
kind of questions, there's been